accepting. Well, welcome to everyone. And hey, today is Tuesday, December 3rd. And we made it for a daytime show today. So God bless everyone. Welcome in. And let's say hello while we get started. And special announcement today is a day for discussion with the chat. And I'll also be throwing up the link for those who want to let us hear your voice. So we'll be getting started. But please hit the like before we go to any further, too much further. Hit the like because we have 20 likes, 100 watching. Let's do it. All right, please hit the like. And we'll say hello to everyone. Okay. Boom. Okay. So we have Andrea Linder. What's up, Andrea from South Africa? All right. Welcome. And Oleg Cat. Oleg Cat, Winter 63. Crime Time with B. Welcome in. Daisy May Photo, Marianne from Indiana. Dream Suburb. Casso Wary. True Tammy says it's 19 degrees in Indy. All right. Ashley Nudo, welcome. Cherry Pops, Don McKenzie, Kate U, RC99, Tammy Martin, Katie Russell, Kayla, Jenny 33. Wanda Elborn says, about to catch another live. Good morning from Goa, Australia. Hey, lovely, proud, and beautiful mods in chat. How are we all today? All right. Stephen Johnson, Don Steele, Elise Park from Fort Wayne. All right. Oldmort, Newmort, Asha Harry. Okay. Bella's in Wonderland. Welcome, Bella. Melon, welcome. Niobe, welcome. KDU, Malibu, welcome. Chris O's, welcome. Scales of Injustice, Tina Martin, Laura Naran, B. Jamie, Tina Martina, Men, Housebroken, Nancy Drew 101. All right. Squatchman, what's up? I haven't recovered from last night's episode. Last night's show was eye opening. Thank you. Everyone who hasn't seen last night's show, please go and watch it after this or later, whenever. It's about phone issues. Kay, what's up? Jenny Roberts, what's up? Hold on a minute. All right. Liverpool, England, welcome. Birdie81, say what? Steve Z Stubbs, Peaches 81, Ashes to Ashes 2.0, welcome. And Greenlee, welcome. Kathy Wright, welcome. All right. So I think that's everyone in the chat so far on both channels. If you're lurking, please come on and join the chat. It's nice in the chat. What's up, Mama Bear 222? 2? Did I leave out a 2? So back to what I was saying. Last night's show was about aspects of phone pinging and the differences between the tower pings and the GPS and the advertiser data and all of the issues with phones and the resolution or fidelity of the various phone pathways for tracking, and how we've been all been gaslit and lied to by the prosecutor in the Delphi murders case surrounding phone accuracy, phone ping accuracy. So thank you guys for being here at this moment. And like I said, if you're in the lurker crew, join the chat. Everyone who hits the like, you're going to make it more likely that the video notifies more people who are on YouTube right now, which means more will come into the chat, which we want, because today is going to be a discussion with the chat, meaning we're going to all talk together. And so we want more people in here, right? So today, what we want to talk to, or or what we all want to do today is let the jury and let the law enforcement, Tony Liggett, and all of those in Indiana know how you feel, because I'm sure there will be Indiana locals watching this, and they want to know how those around them feel, especially the jurors. And so, whether it's the Indiana law enforcement, the court personnel, the jurors, um, I want to give you a highlight, um, and a platform to make your voice heard, because too often we speak behind the scenes, or we chitter chatter here and there in little comments. Um, we want to amplify your voices, broadcast them, make them louder, because I know that everyone has important things to say, and people need to know. Okay. What's up, Dan Jones? Okay. Kayla says last night's live was amazing. If you missed it, go back after this to watch. Very informative about cell towers, GPS, and how that information can be used in crime investigations. And remember, what I was getting at is that because of the access the FBI has to all this proprietary data, the amount of information that they can bring into their mapping of all the potential phones in the area of a crime is really incredible. So it's shocking. It's shocking that there's not more information about Delphi, because we know there were dozens and dozens of phones, and we know that there has to be all of these layers of information for each of those phones. And if you go back into yesterday's show called The Three Phones, you'll see what we're meaning, or what we're getting at here. I'm a lurker, but invested in all. You say hi from Maine. Hello. Um, all right, Kit Kat, welcome. Um, Ashley Nudo, I was on the third replay until your live started. It was wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Nudo. Um, if you just Google around, you can get that PowerPoint presentation as far as the cast field guide from the FBI if you want. Mark Craven, what's up? Peaches 81, it snowed here last night. Can't believe it. Wish it would have waited because my birthday is Friday. Jane from the country, welcome. Jepsy, welcome. All right. Rosemary Markham from Germany, welcome from Germany. And God bless. Glad it's daytime. It's still daytime. All right. I wanted to let you know that when Gray Pubes had that interview with Kelsey, a family member, they said there were 1,000 people searching in the morning on the 14th, making it more insane. Yeah, you know what else is insane? Look at that helicopter footage and tell me if you see 1,000 people. It's all been a lie. Everything's been a lie, from the day before to the day of to the till after the search. It's time of can't bodies found, can't get it. Time of death, you can't get it. Where, when, what, how, who. You can't get a straight answer. Never a straight answer. That's how you know they've all lied. And I'll say it again. They all lied. Okay. Tina says, I feel like in horror movie, when you remember about your case from Delphi, it blew my mind and changed my perspective about your country. Life is unfair. All right. Malibu. Okay. All right. Robo Copster. Hello, I'm a public defender who enjoys listening to your program. Well done, sir. Well done, sir, for being a public defender, and hope you're having great success. Okay. Growing with Beans. Why, after 40 years, did Doug Carter change his dress blue patch from the ISP patch to the Freemason patch? I don't know if I've seen that yet. Email it to me, though. I want to see it. All right. Lisa, welcome. And Regina started watching the three phone. We'll finish after the chat. All right. Swade Smith, welcome. All right, Daisy May photo. What have I missed? I feel like I skipped over some. All right, we're doing good. We're doing good. Let's see who else is in here. From the UK, and I can't get the case out of my head. I get angry and angry every time I find out something new. Yeah, join the club. Why do you think we use bad words so much? Okay, I lose my temper, use bad words, I start yelling into the microphone, which I know is not a pleasant experience for all of you listening, and I just can never control myself. But you're going to find that with a lot of people in Delphi, uh, people can't seem to control themselves because the gaslighting is off the charts, the cognitive dissonance is off the charts, the chaos agents operating in the community causing additional chaos is off the charts. Listen, when you have an entire PR contingent covering up these murders for a cartel that's smuggling people and drugs in the Midwest, it's a little infuriating. And of course, Indiana law enforcement is right there in the mix. Hope you guys are well. Been a few streams since I caught you live. They say 1,000 people, so what took so long? Because they weren't there. Like I said, the search was the crime. They were moving bodies and staging the scene. And I believe they moved those bodies more than once, which means they found them more than once, quote unquote. I think there was an authentic finding and then there was a staged finding of the bodies. That's why the times have always conflicted. The parties have always conflicted. The timeline doesn't make sense. The time of death was undetermined with specifics because if they had determined with specificity, it would have been shown that something was awry. It's all been a lie. Critical thinkers, no matter which angle you look at or which aspect you look at, lies, lies, lies. Nothing makes sense. There's a reason. I mean, when nothing makes sense, nothing makes sense. Hello, Jade. Hello, Gene Jackson. All right. Why pin this on Richard Allen? I believe it all goes to the bullet. I believe it all goes to the bullet. They had a bullet. They had to match that bullet. Okay, here's my conspiracy theory. I'm not saying this is fact. This is my working hypothesis. They had a bullet. They wanted to match that bullet to someone in the tips. Okay, that's where Kathy Shank comes in. I believe that they had the bullet. They went and they found all the owners of 40 caliber Smith and Wessons and um, SIGs. They cross-referenced the list of local owners of 40 caliber Smith and Wessons and SIGs with the tips. They found Richard Allen. They set up the whole scenario in which Kathy Shank magically discovers the Richard Allen tip, and then everything was put into motion. Keep in mind, Kathy Shank is a friend to the Patty family and to Tony Liggett. Let me say it again. Kathy Shank is a friend and was a friend to Patty family, Tony Liggett. Also, she hails from the CPS. There's an interview with Becky and Mike on Gray Hughes. Becky said Derek was probably there when the murders were happening. Like, what the hell? Where was his phone? Yeah, yeah. No, that's the timeline, right? That's the artificial timeline. That Derek was at Wilson Bridge. Okay, first of all. Then he goes to High Bridge, all while this alleged murder is happening. This timeline puts it that while things are happening, Derek's at Wilson Bridge and at High Bridge. Let's be clear. And Tara is sitting in her car. Cannot believe they have not tested all the DNA. Remember, they didn't give a shit about female DNA. Now tell me, why would they do that? How are you ever going to thoroughly investigate a crime if you don't try to identify all DNA? Why are you only looking at male DNA? It amazes me families are okay with the lies and cover up. Yeah, and the railroading of Richard Allen. That's where they don't get a pass. That's where Doug Carter doesn't get a pass. The Patty family doesn't get a pass. Kerry Timmons, um, um, Anna Williams, nobody gets a pass because they were all down with the railroading of Richard Allen. Right. Housebroken, welcome. Thanks for becoming a member. All right. Birdie, 81, welcome. I feel like juries are supposed to be protecting us from the powers of our government. They say never forget what reasonable doubt is. Yes, very clearly. That's what I'm getting at. Okay. The jurors have been brainwashed, like many Americans, to the point where uh, there's an overbearing trust of law enforcement and the courts. And remember, this judge prevented Richard Allen's team from providing or presenting an adequate defense, which means the whole railroad was in. Okay. The jury was victimized in part by the judge and the prosecutor and law enforcement. And so they will be learning. That's why I'm saying we're doing this today so that they can potentially hear your voices and maybe it'll matter. Maybe it'll matter. Hello from Wales, Prof. These chats feel like home to me now. Welcome, Tracy Williams Literature. Welcome. All right. Yes, Doug Carter is fading out into the sunset. He's not going with as a hero. You know, that's where I do hold him accountable, and I say, Doug Carter had an opportunity to go out as a hero, or he had an opportunity to fade out like I don't know, a bad fart, a bad smell, and that's what he's going to do. He's fading out like a bad smell. All right. Anyone see that Evan Wood was found in Tippecanoe River yesterday, friend to Kelsey and Liberty? What's up, Lewis? All right. Grateful Seven, welcome on. Welcome in. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. It's shocking why the FBI have not looked at this case again with all the info that there is, and the police aren't looking at it. Well, I bet you this. I bet you the FBI is watching every move. Just a little feeling that I have. Okay, Milan, 1885, welcome. Bobby Smith, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, Carolyn Lastly. All right, welcome in. Yeah, what medical examiner doesn't test for pregnancy, doesn't test for stomach contents, doesn't do toxicology, doesn't determine an accurate time of death for each girl? Prof, the Delphi case is a mirror to Biden's pardon. It's exactly that. Well, good point. What's up with Evan Wood, 23, found in Carroll County, Tippecanoe River? Is he related to Dale Wood, meth dealer? What's up, Christina? Permanently banned from Reddit for telling someone about the Gray Hughes interview. Banned for spreading misinformation, accusing the family. Of course. Remember, I said the entire Reddit and Facebook. Uh, I don't know. It was I'm at a loss for words. The entire horizon of Facebook and Reddit are filled with gatekeepers. Okay, gatekeepers. These people got into mod ships in order to gatekeep to do the job of the killers. Now, what's the job of the searchers, the killers, the cops, the family? It's you establish. Okay, you have the killers in the middle. Okay, they are protected by a circle of law enforcement and family. Okay, then you have the searchers who form another perimeter around them. Then you have all of the gatekeepers on social media who perform a perimeter around them. So the inner circle is protected by several layers of outer circles. And that's what the Reddit groups and Facebook groups have functioned as, or a protection for these people. And that's why there's no speech allowed in those. Okay. Right. I'm stuck on the unknown male DNA. Yes. Now, let me say this. I also believe the DNA was intentionally sabotaged by law enforcement. Okay. So the DNA destroyed intentionally, compromised intentionally by someone in law enforcement. Uh, I just moved back to Maine from Mass because of Karen Reed. I just wish Ari had the support she has. Yeah, me too. Okay. All right. They pinned it on RA because KK wouldn't lie after a year of pushing that him or his dad did it. But at the end, KK wouldn't lie and say his dad did something he didn't do. Hold on, there's a dog. The dog. All right. Carter is leaving, not giving a single shit about the tentacles. True. All right. All right. Critter Mama, what's up? All right. Bezo Jones. All right. Housebroken. Marnie Johnston. Dream Suburb. All right. Dream Suburb. They don't give a poop about familial DNA. They didn't care any whatsoever about females, and it's upsetting because how do you know? How did law enforcement know that a female or females were not involved in this crime? How do they know that? Especially considering there was female hair all over the place. I'll say it again. If a beer bellied town CVS worker wrangled the girls off the bridge, walked quarter mile in silent stab stage exactly as the family says, he still should have been not guilty by evidence, right? Because the evidence was so weak. And I don't know. I think the jurors are going to start figuring that out. Mm, right. I like your theory about Alan, Prof. The only thing that gets him at the scene for them, good point. The girls have been lost. Of course. Of course. Sorry, but there are at least three people who got a free pass. Oh, yes, at least. I would say more like 13. So you have a whole group of killers who got a free pass. They're still out there. A couple might be in jail. Rumor has it. Um, but Richard Allen's in prison. Okay. Cole Horton. Hello, everyone. Just checking in between working. What's up, Cole? The lady, yeah, you mean Kathy Shank is one of Patty's good friends. That's what I've said. Who worked at CPS for years, which is probably how the Patties got guardianship of Kelsey and Libby away from Carrie. And like I said, also a friend to Liggett. Like just think of I have receipts for you at a future time. At a later time, I do have receipts of all of that, but absolutely correct. Okay. Could the jury be afraid to have said not guilty? Yes. Could threats have been made or some sort of blackmail in the background? Yes. The links they've gone to troll, I think it could be possible. Yes. And remember, the troll farm was planning to get hotel rooms in the same hotel with the jurors in order to talk to them, to eavesdrop on them, and to take footage of them and identify them. Listen, I would suggest you go watch Snae's show yesterday. That's mentioned, and I've known about it for more than a month. There was a plan underway, and it was discovered through Reddit that the troll farm was going to. They were discussing, unfortunately, and got caught. Um, they had a plan to sabotage the jury by getting a hotel room or two in the same hotel that the jury was staying, so that they could talk, uh, listen to, and photograph and film the jurors. And I know that that was documented and tipped into law enforcement before the trial began. Now, the real question is this: did it happen? Okay. Did they follow through with that plan? Think about it. Think about it. Did these people who were planning to get a hotel room in the same hotel with the jury, did they manage to accomplish that task? And we don't know about it. Were there any Odinists like Jones and Robinson who were able to put across a sense of fear into the jurors? I guess we'll have to wait and see if anyone speaks up about it. Finally started speaking up on my channel, posted one about Mr. Eyes last night. Yeah, it's worth the watch. It's only part one. However, Rafi kind of freaked me out with his post a day or two ago. I didn't see Rafi's post. NSA all over the case. Hopefully. I do believe the FBI is on it. Okay. They've gone to so much effort to manipulate their narrative. Yes, lying to all of us. Yes, for years, since day one. Okay. Hello from Scotland. Welcome. Noodles. The FBI will watch you for 10 years, however long it takes. Yeah, let me draw a reference to this. Epstein, P. Diddy. Think about each of those cases, what they entailed, who they entailed, and how long it was known about, how long whistleblowers spoke up about it, and how long the FBI monitored it before they came down. Okay? So, when it comes to Delphi, something as high profile as Delphi, don't you think that they must have knowledge of what's going on? Okay. Can't wait for the 20th. I hope the jurors speak up. Okay. Um, let's keep going. Let's see. The DA was allowed to use this Abby Snapchat as a way to put her there and critical piece of the timeline. But yet Officer Cecil couldn't find it on the phone or anywhere. And none of them heard from an expert to say, it's photoshopped. This has been a total, look, the lies were allowed, first place, to be given to the judge in the form of the PCA. Okay. Liggett's lies were allowed. Then lies were allowed to be shown to the jury. I feel very bad about this verdict. I feel that it was coerced and influenced by law enforcement. Evidence proves RA is innocent, or at a very minimum, technically, there's such a lack of evidence. Reasonable doubt. Listen, the reasonable doubt threshold, if you read the jury instructions, you will understand. Like there was absolutely reasonable doubt, and had Allen's defense been allowed to present a defense, there would have been even more reasonable doubt. But there was reasonable doubt. Um, it just it's just mind-boggling. It makes you wonder. DNA was compromised. The girls were cleaned, wiped down. Okay. Maybe LE did the murders, or maybe CIs. Okay. What if an informant did the murders under the watchful eye of LE, and LE had to cover for its informants doing a murder under its watch? If an informant's the killer and LE was monitoring the situation and things got out of control, LE would have a reason to want to bury that. We all saw how sad and borderline upset the Patties were when they first arrested Allen. Yes. And I feel this because they knew he didn't do it. Over time, they just went with it. So wrong, all of them. I have more thoughts about Richard that I'm going to save for a later time. Okay. I bet the FBI is watching everything they can, and I bet they knew something early on, and I bet that's why they were told by Carter to step off the case and return all the evidence they had over. You want to talk about what Jerry Holman did? Well, what about what McClellan did? Okay, what about what McClellan did? Um, See, according to Luke, who took a look at this email that went out to all the defense people. Okay, all the defense supporters who received this IP address phishing attempt email from McClelland. Think about what that says. What's up, Lily Shaw? They already knew who the females were. Okay. The Patties know they have the wrong guy. Lindsay says, I think Shane Evans was involved in getting someone to set fire to the Flora house. Pat Westfall, perhaps. And when his name came up in this, Pat Westfall was like, you better cover this up or else I'll tell. I don't know. I mean, we all know this. Matter of fact, Delphi and Flora are connected. No matter what the troll farm will tell you and how much they try to disconnect those two crimes, they are connected. Okay? Let me say this very clearly. Galen Rose has been cleared. The parents or the family in Delphi have not been cleared. Once again, Galen Rose has been cleared. No one in Delphi has been cleared. So just put that in your pipe and smoke it. Maybe that's how they got the Patties to go along. We will test the hair and the female DNA and go this angle unless you comply. Hmm. 3 to 7, in my opinion, but they're free or be free to repeat the sequence of events over and over and over. What's up, Pam? What's up? I'll allow it. Yeah, you mean the jury getting the hotel and the jury to interfere with them? Yes. And trust me, that's also been tipped in. Okay. It's really stupid to do shit like that, whether it's Discord, Reddit, Facebook. You do realize law enforcement can track all of those very well. And they did it using Reddit. Okay. They should have never been allowed around that hotel. Yeah, and remember also though, Becky Patty gave a dinner for the troll farm. After that troll farm dinner, some of the troll farms started yapping about what the jury was asking to review in specifics. Again, meaning during the Becky Patty dinner, Becky Patty told some of them insider knowledge about what the jury had been asking for and saying. Now, that has to have come from someone who was babysitting the jury. Do you understand? So, why is someone babysitting the jury going to tell Becky Patty what the jury is doing and saying? Why is Becky Patty then relaying it to the YouTubers, the troll farm members at the Becky Patty troll farm reward, pat the puppy, good dog on the head dinner? Here's your bone. All right. Obviously, Richard Allen was railroaded. So, what's dopey Doug Carter's role, or is he just a puppet? uh, I think he's a limp biscuit. I think he decided. He threw his hands up. He's like, well, I got a bunch of corrupt ISP that I'm having to deal with. I got Carroll County's corrupt as fuck. I got to deal with the judge and the prosecutor. I guess I'll just give up and ride off into the sunset and enjoy my retirement. Give up on the girls, give up on any sort of integrity, and in the process, I'll just back the thin blue line. It's funny to me the jury was from Fort Wayne, where Gull is, and yeah, which makes me think it's that much more likely that they could have been compromised. Kathy Shank, Patty Cake. Bikers were at the courthouse taking photos. That's true, and I have documentation of it. I do. It's the Patty bikers as well. We've also confirmed some of their identities. Just a moment. Oh. In most places, especially hotels, uh, they have surveillance cameras in their parking lots. I wish there was a way to get that footage during the time the jury was sequestered there. Could tell a story. Well, yeah, the hotel definitely has cameras. And you know what? Maybe the feds can go in there and get those cameras and figure out exactly who was interacting with the jury. Okay. What's up? It's a new day. Finally catching a live. Hey, it's a daytime live. Usually I do lates, but I'm going to try to do more daytime lives. All right. I'd like to know if any juror has looked through the information that was withheld during the trial and what their opinion is. Me too. Me too. You know what? They're welcome to come and talk to us here. Jurors, we'd just like you to know we love you. We don't blame you. You were victimized, just like Richard Allen, and just like a bunch of us out here in the real world. You've been victimized as well. We want to hear your voice. I don't think we'll hear anything from this jury. I don't know. They're welcome to express themselves here. Contact me behind the scenes. It'll work. Okay, um, wouldn't that also be aware of what happened to Angela, especially since it happened across state lines? I'm dreading the 20 as my heart sinks to think of Richard Allen and his family having to listen to victim impact statements. It's all theater. Remember this. The whole deal with Delphi, it's been from day one. It's all theater. Delphi is all theater. It's always been theater. In my opinion, the search was theater. The dropping the girls off was theater. The losing the girls was theater. The finding the girls was theater. This every single thing from day one has been theater, and so of course this will be theater as well. Right. Can't wait until December 20th so that defense can tell us what really happened. Has it ever been proven to be Photoshop? Yes, by several experts. It's also not on the victim's phone. It's also it's been proven that the timestamp on it is also photoshopped. What are your predictions for what happens when the gag order is lifted? You all are going to find out a bunch more details. Okay. It's not going to change anything. Okay. The only thing that's going to change anything is that we keep talking, but you'll just learn a few more details. There was a S ton of reasonable doubt. Yes. Yeah. Good old boys. It's the good old boys of Carroll and Allen counties. Come on now. It's the good old boys. We're dealing with the good old boys. A defendant is guilty by arrest in this country. Arrested individuals are predominantly viewed as guilty before trial just based on the arrest alone. It's very scary. Yeah. Woman doing. I think the jury was tampered at the courthouse. They were, for all means and purposes, they were locked in that courthouse with very few people and demanded Allen be the people who demanded. Yeah, I mean, just I was really uncomfortable with Mullen being overseeing them because listen, let's be clear here. Mullen attempted to obstruct justice many times, including the disorganized fashion or manner in which he gave discovery. Okay, remember all of the deleted evidence, 70 days worth, the lack of family cell phone dumps, the attempts to hide the identity of Jeffrey Turco, the Odinism expert, and also Kevin Horan, the FBI geofencing expert. Okay, they attempted to hide the identities of several individuals. They attempted to hide the fact that any of this exculpatory evidence existed. They deleted 70 days worth of information. When Mullen handed over discovery, he made sure it was scattered like confetti. There was zero organization, 15, 20 hard drives, everything scattered throughout all of those hard drives, zero organization. Uh, Zero labeling, zero references. Everything was made as difficult as possible. It was delayed almost a year in some cases, or even more than a year. It was absolutely combative every step of the way, and Mullen was behind all that, and Holman as well. People wonder, why do you blast Holman and Mullen? Because look at what they've done. Liggett, Holman, Mullen, McClellan. I mean, they've done worse than Fouts. Okay, when you want to discuss how Fouts was not a good look, this whole handful, they've actually done worse than Fouts. So before you start whining about Fouts, it's time to start whining about these who've done worse and more than Fouts. Okay. Hello, FBI. Stop lurking and join the chat. Yeah, come on in, fellas and ladies. All right. Now, I don't believe we'll ever hear from the jury ever again. They have to be in on the cover up. Make Lodge 33. Yeah, exactly. 213. 213. Think about this one. Kelsey, after hearing her sister was missing, went to the bridge for a short time, went back to work, contacted Anthony Schatz, deleted stuff off the phone, then went to bed before dark. Lied, 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 lied. Yes, you lied. Sue me. The FBI had one of their own unalived, Greg Ferenczi. They should remember that. Oh, I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. I think it's way more complicated. They're protecting their own because the local government wanted to burn down houses to get their agenda. No, no. No, that's not what happened. I love you, Lindsay, but that's not what happened. Carter has waited to the last second to finally tuck tail and run, leaving an innocent man railroaded and the murders of 6 innocent children unsolved. What a guy. What a champ. What a champ. Doug, look, you gave up. Okay. Come on, man. What are you going to do? Why don't you retire and come talk to the world and run your mouth and actually say something? Do something about this. If you can't fight it internally, why don't you come and fight it externally? Disclosure is what we need. Delphi disclosure. Even well-seasoned attorneys have said that they've never seen a court hearing like the Delphi hearing. No, yeah, because they've been absolutely unhinged. I've spoken to several attorneys, like they all say same thing, prof. Like it's absolutely unbelievable. All the things that have happened from the way the judge is exhibited extreme bias to the way the prosecutor was allowed to willy-nilly object and have everything sustained. He was allowed to misrepresent things in the filings. He was allowed to gaslight. They were allowed to allow Harshman to give his opinion that the voice sounded like Richard Allen's voice. He traumatized. In those closing statements of McClellan, it was absolutely disgusting. Okay, absolute. The most disgusting thing I've ever seen in a court of law was McClellan's abusive, traumatizing, narcissistic gaslighting of the jury in his closing statement when he traumatized the jury intentionally to emotionally gaslight them so that they would be more easily influenced or coerced into a guilty verdict. And it worked. Of course, after dropping them off, took a second shower and clean truck. Yeah, and watched a movie and possibly had relations with the boyfriend's dad, all kind of bullshit. Ignored Gamma's calls were ignored. The excuses made for that, the excuses made for the sweaters on the girls and the DNA. It's just bullshit on top of bullshit on top of bullshit on top of bullshit. Okay, it's all been lies. And I'm not sorry for saying so. Terry Shell, what's up? Hey, Prof, new sub here. Been enjoying your channel. Thanks. Well, welcome. Welcome. I'm so glad you're all here. Everyone in the chat, come on in. I mean, in the lurker crew, come on and join the chat. Stills blow my mind how unfair the trial was and how they convicted RA with no evidence. Yeah. Hey, there's even more. There's more you don't even know about yet because, the gag order. Listen, I'll put it this way. Listen, this appeal is going to be successful. There's also going to be civil suits. Do you realize that Richard Allen was falsely imprisoned? So not only was he tortured, he was forcibly medicated, he was forced into psychosis, he was coerced into confessions. Okay, he was threatened with death, his family was threatened with murder. He was also falsely imprisoned during the whole. Never mind, man. Maybe this YouTube page can invite any jurors to do a segment and go over the information that was. Yes, if they would ever step forward, they are very welcome. They have the floor. Okay, all they have to do is reach out. Maybe the girls knew something they shouldn't. Can't help but wonder if they were secretly meeting boyfriends. Yes, they were secretly meeting boyfriends. Don't you know that? That's already confirmed. There's zero question about it. There's zero question. What's up, Tina Martina? What is it anything we can do to get someone to look at this case before sentencing, or would it matter at all? No, you just keep doing what we're doing. Remember, that's when, before Doug Carter was compromised, he said, just keep doing what you're doing. You're allowed to say what you think. We're not. You're allowed to say what you think. Just keep doing what you're doing. Galen is smart for leaving Flora, filing a civil suit. That's the only justice she'll ever fucking receive. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We won't know for sure what the jury questions were until after December 20th. And we can then ask Rosine Baldwin. Why is Becky Patty supporting the troll farm? Why is she giving dinner to the troll farm? Why are they telling these trolls you've proved your worth? Niobe coming with this conspiracy theory here. I think Shane Evans was involved with Kelsey, and that's who her blog was about. And he was there at the crime scene, left DNA. His face at the press conference screams guilty. Yes, he was having, he was giving birth. He appeared to be giving birth. You know, he was having a baby. He was freaking out. Why? Does that? I don't want to talk about him. No, he's full of shit. Okay, he's full of shit. You know why he's full of shit? He's a 100% supporter of the absolute worst of the troll farm. Okay, that's why Aspen Connor is full of shit. He's a troll farm. He's a family protecting troll farm gaslight supporting gaslighting uh, asshole, and he's been congratulated for it. I hate it when my predictions come true, like bikers at the courthouse taking pictures. There's no way, there's no getting away from the worst case scenario. No, and like I said, Aaron, we have footage of it because our people who were there were watching the watchers. So we took footage of the bikers who were doing that. So we got that for you. Okay. Do I think Carrie believes in narrative? No, I think she went with it. I think this entire family went with it when they know it's wrong and they know it's not what happened, and they're okay with it though, because they're just going for the ride. Don't let Carter off that easy, Prof. He was up in the mix as much as any of them. He was their leader. Remember, he handed out promotions to Holman. Well, yeah, no. Since the arrest of Richard Allen, he's been a total asshole. That's why I'm burning his ass. Okay. Since the arrest of Richard Allen, he's gone with the scam. He propped up Holman. Okay. Remember, the court propped up Gull by promoting her. Carter propped up Holman by promoting him. I guarantee you, all of them are going to get promotions, further promotions. Harshman, he's going to be rewarded for what he did. Vito, um, Mullen, they're all going to receive their reward for playing their part. Okay. No, remember, I liked Carter until the past year. Please remember that. All right. I've been banned from Reddit. Yeah, we'll join the club. Yeah, that's it's called if you exercise free speech, you'll be banned from Reddit and Facebook groups immediately because it's all gatekeepers. Okay, they're there, they're gatekeeping. That's what the reason they become mods. Carrie does believe Richard is guilty. No, she has to know he's not guilty. Come on, man. Like Carrie went with the program. Okay, she's going with the programs. They know Richard is not guilty. Carrie was the main one from day one saying that a bunch of guys were cooking meth out there at Ron Logan's in the woods that very day, and the girls got murdered in and amongst it. Okay, Carrie knew that from the beginning. All she ever tried to do was remove Derek from that scenario and say it didn't have anything to do with Derek. But she knew that. So if that's what she knew for all of these years, why now is she down with the railroading of Richard Allen? Okay. Okay. It's a tough conversation, man. I'm sorry. I'm going to put the link up for some of you to join me. Hold on. Reasonable doubt, drop off, parking, eyewitnesses, bridge guy, timeline, Snapchat, crime scene, bullet, clothes, sexual assault, phone, pickup, search, clothing, carba, car, finding, but 12 guilty? Come on. Yeah, great point. I'll leave this up for a moment, Steve. People need to read this right here. Sorry, I needed to get some gum. Listen, remember, there was also a black Jeep following the jury with the phone recording. There were people photographing the jurors. Some of the defense team had a stalker. Remember Lana from Truth and Transparency? She was being followed. It's insane. It's insane. And remember, the same area, you have murders left and right, arsons left and right, targeting left and right. Domestic terrorists are who you're dealing with. Don't be fooled. Domestic terrorism rules Central Indiana. That's what we are dealing with. Okay? That's why they're functioning on the internet in the same manner. They're terrorizing using the internet, just like they terrorize using boots on the ground. All right. Let me look, I put the link up for anyone who wants to join. Um, just click the link, but I'll keep talking here. Let's see. Spirit in the Night. A Delphi local shared to me in the comments of another group that Ron Logan and Patrick Westfall were seen together days before the murders. All right. The informant thing is totally plausible. Ellie won't tell the public. They can't expose CIs or even if a murder occurs. If Abby and Libby's death are related to a CI, the feds will arrest anyone who exposes it. That's what we're dealing with, I guess. But what did I want to say? Thank you for thank you, Bella in Wonderland, for the little thank you. Thank you, Bella's in Wonderland. Welcome in, Carolyn, and thank you for a reminder. Hit the like button, everyone. It'll push it out to more viewers as a suggestion. So thank you. Is any of the FBI investigation available through FOIA? That's a lot of info into the. There's a lot of info in the Ron Logan angle. I'd like to see. Was a search warrant and all evidence considered fruit of the poisonous tree? Well, I mean, honestly, Richard Allen's entire thing should have been fruit of the poisonous tree. I mean, look at Richard Allen's. You know, this is a whole thing that's going to have to be reviewed by some higher authority at a later time. Um, I mean, Richard Allen was clearly fruit of poisonous tree, but it's been allowed to fly. Let's talk confessions. If the jury thought they were totally phony, then they would convict. I really believe that happened in this case. You could tell by the few people that got in to report. I don't know what you're saying, Steve. I'm a little confused by that one. He took them through the cold river with a depth of nearly 3.5 feet, meaning that if the water were only 2 feet higher, Richard's entire body would have been completely immersed. Yeah, they never went across. This is the most BS story. I never will believe it. Mhm. All right. Good point. Good point. The KKK never. See, I didn't want to say it. Okay, I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it. When I say the domestic terrorists rule Indiana, why do you think so? Because who ruled Indiana for this entire time before modernity? All right. It's so obvious Mullen and Holman were cocky on the stand. Yeah, so was Sarah Carba. Total asshole. All three of them. What's up, Mar? R. What's up, Mar? Wanda, thank you for the $2.99 super chat. Brandy says the jury will never speak. They don't want to end up like Libby and Abby. Yeah, remember, we're dealing with a culture of fear. It's how the cartels operate. Let's be real here. Let's be real. Oh, yeah. Look at everyone who's gotten the golden ticket. Meehan got the golden ticket for the Ferenczi hit. Okay. Mitchell Westerman got the golden ticket for the defense hit. And look, you got Robert Fortson dead in the mix. Like, let's not remember there's a body floating behind that situation. Not only did he get the golden ticket, he's got the expungement. Now, who killed Stephanie Thompson? I mean, let's be real here. I mean, it's pretty obvious she was killed to be silenced. All right. What's up, Bonnie? Robert Ives did a factory reset on his phone with his childhood friend who worked with Carter. Both Ives and this guy, I was looking into, did the factory resets on 2/14/20. I have to go see that, Ashley. I haven't seen that yet. Hi, Kelsey and Patty Farm lurkers. Time to tell the truth. Okay, this is interesting. The Daily Mail in December 22 said a source close to the investigation had said that Ron, Richard Allen, and Keegan Klein were all in a sex trafficking ring, and the plan was to kidnap and keep in ring. Yeah, sounds like BS. Sounds like BS. I bet someone got to the jury, and who knows what was said from there. Yeah, I believe like something happened with the jury. Absolutely makes zero sense that when reasonable doubt exists, that you would have a unanimous 12 individuals all come to an agreement of guilt, which means beyond a reasonable doubt. Come on, man. There's something going on here. It's a cartel. I'm telling you, it's culture of fear. Okay. ISP and Jerry Reed know who tampered with the jury. Yeah, of course I've noticed it. Of course I've noticed it. Of course I've noticed it. Not look, they put the girls there at an earlier time. They put them on Ron Logan's side of the creek. Let's be real here. They don't put them on the bridge. Indy Cindy, could you send me that? Okay. All right. Christine says I'll be unhinged in 17 days. Can't wait, Prof. Me either. All right. There's a problem when you're not transparent on public record in a courtroom. Why? They're covering up. It's a cover up. Of course, it's a cover up. Like, dude, how obvious does it have to be? Like, do you need it on the front page of the New York Times and in bold, all caps? I mean, it's already obvious. It is what it is. All right. How far behind am I? Must be quite a bit behind. I've never seen a judge so biased who didn't care. Uh, yeah, she was unhinged. Like, I thought it was a suicide mission, a kamikaze, right? Shit, like she was going to ruin her career for this case. Bam. She didn't care how it appeared. But like I said, she'll probably get another promotion. What's up, Jennifer? All right. The crap they were doing to Richard Allen is what the CIA does when they want to brainwash someone beyond just eliciting a confession. Yeah, including the Haldol. Like you have to go read up about Haldol and you'll see. The whole damn town seemed to benefit from the case going unsolved. Yeah. This entire case is a mind F. Like every time I think we get closer to the truth, someone else comes forward with another theory or more confusing evidence. Well, understand here in Delphi, literally what has happened is uh, this troll farm contingent or PR campaign has intentionally injected disinformation. Okay. So there's been disinformation intentionally injected into the community to keep everyone in a fog. Okay. That's why there's as much data as there is. Listen, there's not much that much damn data with this case. If you distill it down, it's really a simple in its essence. But the PR campaign has injected like a mountainous volume of disinformation over 7.5 years to make it this way. Remember what I was saying yesterday. For every single point, they established an explanatory narrative around it to shield it and protect it and to seed these narratives with every single point. And I gave an example like the sweaters. But they've done that with everything. The drop off, the phone calls, who was where when, who called who was at Wilson Bridge, who was here, who was under the bridge, the Snapchat, deleting the phones, wiping the phone a week before, the sleepovers, the this, the painting the room, the this, the that, the Anthony shots. Every single detail has been surrounded by this gaslight narrative to get ahead of the story, and all of this disinformation has been injected into the community. So for anyone in their right mind coming into it, there's this, it's so much information overload, and it's so twisted. All of the things are contradictory. They're overly elaborately explained. There's excuses or narratives for every single little detail. It's overload, cognitive dissonance, brain fog. You can't make heads or tails of anything. I was trying to have dinner during the verdict watch and had to be evacuated out the back door of a restaurant with an armed escort. It was a nightmare. Yes, because you were being stalked by the domestic terrorists of Carroll County because you were defense people. Like I said, just the same way. Isn't it odd that all of these defense people received this entrapment email from Nicholas McClelland's email, trying to gain the IP addresses to do nefarious things with them at a later time? What's up, War Lion? I don't see him in here yet. To go find it. Christine says someone was repeatedly circling the restaurant to threaten us, then chased us several miles. Yeah. I was with Julie, Bell, and a few other people. Well, listen, there were lots of people who were stalked and harassed. Like even I'm telling you, no one ever believes the story. When I visited Carroll County, I was stalked and harassed. When I went to High Bridge, I was stalked by these troll farm. Thank you, Mar R, sweetie. All right. Where was the following evidence collection, analysis, and documentation, law enforcement? You shouldn't be handing out promotions when everything you've done has been a failure in this case, intentionally. All right. CW, hi all. First time making one of your lives. I'm in Northwest England and usually in bed when the lives are on. Well, welcome from Northwest England. And we're so glad to have you here and that you've joined the chat. And honestly, I will be doing earlier shows for so many of you in Europe because I know that it's always super late night when I come on. So I've been trying to make an effort from time to time to come on earlier. So God bless and welcome. Thanks for joining the chat. But if Alan was found innocent, Lawyer Lee would have said she thought he was innocent. She wants the Gray Hughes MVP cup. All right. Welcome in. Welcome in, Rafi. What's up, guitarist A67? I've been on 3 juries, which is a lot. Yeah. Most folks never even get called for jury duty in the first place. First jury I was on, we had people trying to talk to us immediately after the decision. It was a civil case, though. The other 2 were criminal. Welcome in, man. Thank you. Oh, you're saying the truck at the restaurant was a big white truck with a light bar on top? Sounds like some redneck sissity, like Noe would say. Yeah, it's obvious. It's so everything is so obvious. That's the thing. That's the thing. Everything is so obvious. And that's the extreme gaslight. That's why 2 shows ago I read for you the 15 pages of gaslighting ass comments that Gadget Ball had copied from her Reddit. By the way, who is an attorney from New York. Who is she working for? Anyway, all of those obvious gaslighting mass points, because this case is so obvious, you have to be a fucking idiot or a shill to believe anything that they say. Like they'll say, no, Judge Go isn't biased. What? Law enforcement wasn't corrupt in this and covered it up. What? Liggett didn't lie on the PCA. What? The witnesses saw Richard Allen. What? Tall, young, in all black? It's insane. Richard Allen looks like Bridge Guy. Really? You do realize that Bridge Guy is a fabrication in the form that we've all seen him, right? So even opining that is absolute insanity. You're showing that you're unhinged. Because if you say Richard Allen looks like Bridge Guy, you're immediately showing your level or your lack of intelligence. I mean, Bridge Guy is a fabrication in the form that we've come to know. By the way, Old Guy Sketch is Bridge Guy. Old Guy Sketch is Richard. Oh, really? Really? Have you seen all the sketches? I would suggest all of you look at all the sketches. When you look at all the sketches, you're going to shut the F up. Okay, never mind. I'll keep going. I'm getting a little antsy here. What happens when you click the link? You come backstage. And then if I choose to, I put you on the screen if you want to talk. Yes, you can choose to use camera or no camera. Okay. All right. So pardon me. All right, what else we got? So many things we looked at in the beginning and dismissed are turning out to not only be possible, but plausible, demanding further investigation. Exactly. That's why I say the truth came out in the beginning. I mean, geez, man. The truth came out in the beginning. It's always been known what happened. But the gaslighters, okay, they saw the opportunity with Richard Allen to make this a lone wolf killer crime and make it go away. So they seized the opportunity. They said, "Oh yeah, sure, we'll go with Gray Houston. Richard Allen is Bridge Guy. Bridge Guy killed the girls, and it's simple as that. And he chased them across the creek, and that's a story over. Let's bury him." And now they've accomplished the mission. There has to be some sort of internal investigation, unbeknownst to us, going on in this case. Yeah, I think it's from the top down, though. It's not going to be internal. Hey, Prof, I'm Frisco Chick. Welcome. All right. Someone said the killings were revenge killing because someone told the police about people using and dealing with meth. The one that told got off lightly. Others went to jail. Well, you talking about Derek snitching, or I should put it properly, turning CI? State's witness, or whatever you want to call it. I never knew who Stephanie Thompson was. She's a polygraph examiner, then talked to all the important people and knew all kind of shit she shouldn't have known because she probably would still be alive. Guitarist A67. Who was a lady who visited the jury hotel? Totally inappropriate. One would think illegal. I don't know. You have to elaborate on that. Oh, hold on, Ashley. You see, Ashley's here. Just a moment, please. Oh, you said it was Daily Mail and it's BS, but you still would like to know who their source was? Yeah, someone spreading misinformation. Hmm. All right. Yes, the medical examiner was a little kid. Yeah, I mean, imagine it. It's fucking insanity. And imagine this. It's very possible for those people to be compromised. It's easily possible. They work. Look, if you're working with law enforcement and prosecution regularly, and you're told things are going to be this way, and you're brand new, you're going to do it. They placed the girls back on Ron Logan's land to stage and pose them. Yes. Ron is another message to Derek German from the cartel because he got caught stealing drug, making chemicals from Ron, stored there for the cartel. Well, it's actually making sense, Bezo. Actually makes sense why they would want to target Ron. But why would they target a holder? Hello, Prof. I'm watching your last video, the three phones. Perhaps I'm wrong, but the photo from the empty bridge does not look like the starting point of the bridge. It is. Yeah, I mean, there's someone just at the beginning of the bridge. Yeah, it's a great point here, guitarist. Yeah, yeah, they are allowed to lie, especially in the course of interrogations. But lying straight out, flat out to the public, or withholding, manipulating, I don't know. It's been horrible. This has all been horrible. It looks extremely bad. All right, so we got Ashley here. Give me a second. Okay, hello, hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
I hear her. Hello, hello. Let's see. Please
Hello,
speak
can you
up.
hear me?
Try again. Hello.
Oh, it just disconnected me, I think.
No, you're here. I hear you.
Oh, hey y'all, I'm sorry. I have pneumonia. So I sound horrible.
Welcome in.
Thank you. Hey everyone.
Well,
Is
I
there
am
feedback?
still working with this chat here. I'm trying to get caught up. Let's see. So, how are you, Ashley?
I'm
Ashley's been
good.
in the comments for those of you who Want to know who Ashley is? She's been in the comment section or in the chat.
Did you say that that Rafi came in?
He's in the chat. Yes.
Hey, Rafi, if you can hear me, if you're still in the chat, I listened to you posted a short video. I, I don't know, I think it was yesterday or the day before. Um, it ab- about a lot of us still sharing how we feel about the injustice, I suppose, for everyone, for us, for Mr. Allen, for Abigail and Liberty. And I mean, you made some excellent points, but you said that there were already hits that were out and car accidents that were planned and direct hits towards children. So that kind of, I don't know. I didn't.
I think that's right. I agree with him. You
I,
know.
I, that's whenever I started to question if what I was doing was the right thing.
Oh well, yeah, I think it's fine because it's they have to choose. They have to pick and choose targets, and only the most important targets are dealt with that way. Um,
Am I echoing?
no, it's perfect. It's been a lot of targets, though. I mean, I'm
Okay.
sure Rafi would agree that it's been a lot of them. It's been a lot. We've been looking at this body count.
Yeah.
it's
I,
it's
it's
beyond
it's
any.
big.
That's why the FBI has to be looking at this. Like, there's no option.
I mean, if my my
Homeland
thought
security, you know.
my thoughts on the FBI, um, and it's sad because here recently, there's been a lot of there's been a lot of press regarding the FBI, and for me, um, having a criminal justice background, they were always kind of my saving grace because it's kind of taught with the FBI, you're a truth teller. With the CIA, you're you tell lies. So, I saw an arrest just yesterday of an FBI agent, but what makes me wonder, I have a lot of concerns about the the field office is plural of the FBI in Indiana. Just because I know so many of you who have been harassed for so long, um, haven't seen much activity, or whether it's a tip in or it's, you know, legitimate, cyber stalking, bullying. Um, I've noticed another agency that I became concerned about after doing some research and tried to tip something in that was very important. And through Indiana's, I'll just say it, their Homeland Security, and it just absolutely would not would not offer me that opportunity without first having gone through ISP.
Yeah, but that's how it works most places. But I think that the best thing is directly to that FBI cybercrime website.
Yeah,
My, yeah.
for
I
sure,
don't know
for
any other
sure.
way because everyone else seems like totally compromised.
Um, but even Homeland Security has the same. It's almost mirrored like the FBI's with the cybercrime. Um, because I know. Oh my gosh, I know how many trolls troll your account. But let's be honest. When is it okay for someone to be outside of? What was it, Mr. Allen? Wasn't he in a federal courthouse? Was that a federal? I mean, it's at a minimum a state establishment, and when you have someone who who is carrying, and um, there is a uniformed officer made aware that this person is carrying, regardless of, I believe in our Second Amendment rights, but you're you're within feet
Have
of a
been allowed.
courthouse
I know what you're talking about. It
making
shouldn't have been,
threats.
especially when he was receiving death threats from this very
Death
same group of
threats.
people. Like this guy and his friends were sending death threats for weeks prior. Yep.
But what was so concerning about that? Not just that, it's being recorded as he is standing in front of a uniformed officer outside of a courthouse. And ironically enough, that same day, because I could not get through to Homeland Security, I went to every news station.
Hmm.
I sent it to ABC. I sent it to Vinnie Politan. I sent it to Wish. I went to every single news station saying, when is this okay? And ABC just happened to be live at that very time regarding a school shooting. And I mean, I posted the whole video
Hmm.
with a close up of the sergeant's name. I mean that you. I don't know. I mean, it's Indiana, but where I'm from, you can't walk up to a dang near the steps of the courthouse, say you're carrying, and then make a death threat in front of the cop. I mean, the death threat was made in front of the officer.
Hmm. That's true. He verified it. Yeah. Yeah.
He absolutely did. So it's a whole other ball game there. And I know someone referenced the Karen Reed support, and I think the difference with Delphi and Karen Reed, um, well, when I came into the case, I was surprised to see how much support Mr. Allen did have. I didn't know. Um, because for people like me, for instance, who can't marshal up 5 million to get Alan Jackson to represent me, I didn't know if he would have that same kind of support that she has. But the difference with that is, you know, the FBI is investigating Morrissey. It I mean, it's come out. He's been wiretapped. He's using, private servers, private cell phones to engage in illegal activity. And so they're very much involved. But the difference here is you have the drugs, the clubs, the brotherhoods, however you want to put it, with those in power, and I don't know, I guess a generational term, clout, if you will. And in Massachusetts, you know, it's the name, the power, the status, minus the drug aspect and the club brotherhood aspect of it. So it is kind of different, um, but the corruption is still there. What they have that Indiana doesn't have is Josh Levy. And as I stand here today, I do believe he may be the last person to never turn corrupt. And so I have sent everything I have ever gathered to him because he's aware of Indiana. When Indiana couldn't handle their own business, I mean, read the. I listened to you actually read the article um, on a case he was involved in, and who knows if it would have gotten properly handled had Mr. Levy not been involved.
Hmm.
And he did an excellent article in which he stated, Massachusetts doesn't have all of this huge corruption that everyone thinks they have. It's because they're the only ones who handle it. They see it, they do it, they act. And um, with Josh Levy, you can't come at him incomplete. In other words, I mean, if you're going to him, you got to have all your ducks in a row. But he himself in 2022 gathered a whole team in his office building, the second floor of his office building, to handle corruption. Those like Gold, like McClellan, like, I mean, now I have to say Ives because of what I've learned, and Mullins and Holman and all of these people in power. Maybe Carter, I held out hope for Carter, but like the Sandra Birchmore case, I had no idea that was going to break through before Karen Reed's. But yeah, he's right. He's he's the only that's the only state dealing with it. So that tells me that if he says Massachusetts, we're not handling all this corruption. We are not the most corrupt state. We're just the only ones fixing the problem. It just makes me believe that he does have a hand elsewhere. And I do truly believe he may be the only help for Indiana and Delphi.
Well, I think that I think that we're at a point where a lot of things are going to be happening. My own opinion.
I've been hearing that. Yeah, yeah.
So I'll be looking for 2025 and 6 and 7. I'm looking for some movement to start happening. And listen, like I was saying about the P Diddy and Jeffrey Epstein, there are things that have been known for years, 15, 20 years in some instances, that only have just been started. So Delphi's only 7 years old, so things are just starting. And even if they've known about this whole deal in Indiana for 10 years, it's still not 20 yet. So I'm hoping that in the next year or two, some real things start happening because, I mean, like, it was odd with Jamie Noel because, or Noel, because did you see Doug Carter at the Jamie verdict come out and do a little speech?
Yeah. That.
Yeah, and he basically
Unfortunately.
said, like, we're going to deal with you even if you have a badge on, you know.
uh,
And it's like, yeah, well, yeah.
yeah.
How about let's clean up the badges, Doug Carter?
I had hope in Doug. I had hope in Doug. Um, I thought he was going. I don't know. I could see just the disgust on his face. I You could tell when he knew. You could tell um, when they asked about the arrest of Richard Allen, and so the reporter said something to the effect of, "So you got your guy. Today's the day," and he would only respond with, "A judge signed the affidavit for the arrest of Richard Allen." And then she said it again. And again he said, "A judge signed the affidavit." for the arrest of Richard Allen. And to me, that spoke volumes. But um, I don't think I mean, I think he has the same fears that everyone else does. But when I mean, that someone has to break, like, it's going to have to break. I mean, at some point, I mean, so is the secret's gonna.
Yeah, and I think he gave up. I mean, there's things I can say and things I can't based on what I know. But I would say this: I know beyond a reasonable doubt, beyond a shadow of a doubt, I know that he was fighting internal corruption in ISP. Okay, I know that much.
Yeah.
I know that they did what they did with Richard Allen behind his back when he was out of town. Um, what I
I
think at
I
this
think
point
I think
is
that he
that
just gave up too.
I know he's nearing retirement, and it's like if he has some strategy to just let this all go, to go ahead and retire, and then to whistleblow, well, I'll be good with that. And that's my challenge to him. It's like, go ahead, retire, man, because you've already delayed retirement. So go ahead, retire. If it was a fight you could not win internally, go ahead. That's fine. But now's the time to become a whistleblower. And I'm challenging you because I believe in you. You got to do
Well,
better.
has he already left? Has he? I mean, has the retirement begun?
It's gonna
When?
get. It's close. It's very close. I mean,
Okay,
within.
because I want his. Hey, like Mike Patty said, hey, you owe me. Well, guess what? You owe us because you told us that you would tell us the story one day. Well, the
Right.
day's now. We
And you
want
said keep
we
doing what.
want it.
And he allowed us all to be terrorized by these people because this culture of fear that's been directed at all of us online has gone on for years. I know he's aware of it. I've sent death threats directly to his email inbox. So it's like you've all allowed people to be traumatized and victimized on the internet over these Delphi murders. You promised to tell the story. You promised there was tentacles. You promised one day we'll know. We want to know. I challenge you, Doug Carter. Do the right thing. Whistleblow. Make this happen.
No. See, I've lost all faith in Indiana in general. I don't. How how does Farenthy get gunned down outside the FBI field office, and the FBI isn't all over this shit? Are you kidding me? Like, I would not. I would not. I would never. I have been so pro FBI my entire life. I would never tip a thing into Indiana. I feel like they're all just intertwined in a nasty little web because it only takes that one corrupt person. But my concern is Mr. Allen, and will he survive?
Honestly, I'll put it this way, Asha. I was thinking of this morning, and it occurred to me, now, right now, is the absolute most dangerous time for Richard Allen right now. Between now and the appeals beginning is the most dangerous time. They better protect Richard Allen.
I, I just, I even if well, they're not going to. I can't possibly imagine that. I want to very badly, but I wonder, can he, um, even with their protection, is he protected from himself at this point? He was already fragile, so I don't. Uh, I mean, I know you were talking about you. Someone gave some awesome shank isms earlier, but you know, I mean, Cody Patty and Richard Allen, well, they both lived on white men.
Yeah, and you want me to say something that no one's going to like, and I'm sure I'll get harassed and
Well, I'm
terrorized.
sure I already know, but I'll be glad to join it. They can harass me too.
Yeah, so which
So we
means
can
it's
go, yeah.
possible that Cody Patty was aware of Richard Allen's little young daughter.
Yeah. I think that I I think that when they knew they needed um well, because think of it like this. So if you need someone to go down, you can at least get someone with some sort of criminal infraction. I don't know. It doesn't have to be anything big, but you take someone who's just absolutely completely innocent altogether, just all around. Um, I don't know. Maybe there was some pressure with white man. White man drive, white man drive, white man drive, and well, what do you know? Um, then his Richard Allen, the connection to Kagan Klein and the Patties. It just kind of all comes full circle. Am I saying too much?
No, I think I've caught up with the chat. So it takes a while sometimes to get everyone read, but I just finished. So, no, it's clear we have a problem, but I do have the belief. Okay, I'll say it this way, and I'm sure I'll catch a lot of slander, but it's my belief that there are FBI agents embedded within the Delphi community on a number of levels in a number of places.
I agree.
And for that reason, they become witnesses, firsthand witnesses to various goings ons. And if there was never going to be any follow up at the end of the day, I don't think that'd be the case anymore. Um, so I'm
I
just
can agree with that.
things, there's a ball that's rolling and it's a long road, but I do believe there are agents embedded in the community, which means to all of you out there, you never know who you're talking to. You never know who you're threatening to kill or telling who you're threatening to kill. So watch the death threats because you guys have fucked around for far too long. Everything's been documented, and you don't know who's the Fed next to you. So
Yeah,
I'm
I think that there's well, I think when they were because usually unless there's uh, for the FBI to gain jurisdiction, they have to be invited in, or um, they're automatically um, attached with kidnapping. So um, I just felt like when they got um, excused, if you will, I I don't. I still to this day because I think Doug Carter is intelligent enough to know by doing that, you're basically saying we're compromised. In my experience, in my opinion. So I don't know if he did it. I don't know his reasoning really because now I, I'm just so unsure of him. he's really a wild card.
Who you mean, Carter?
Carter, yeah, Doug Carter. Just when he let go of the FBI, to me,
Yeah, it's hard to make sense of it.
well, yeah, my aunt worked for the FBI for years, and when they are offering you every resource and are vowing to not work above you but under you and not overstep boundaries, although they have jurisdiction because you've also invited them in, and they clarify that there were days when they were the only boots on the ground in Carroll County before they were recused. So uh, it's my impression that when you decide to take that step and ask them to disengage, you're you're basically giving them an invitation to come on back, um, but in a different capacity.
Yeah, to investigate you. Right, right.
Yes, that's what you have done. Yes, yes, yes. Most definitely, most definitely. And unfortunately, um, that I don't necessarily see that being speedy for Mr. Allen, and how I don't know. Um, I, the hope I have is how swiftly um, they worked with the Sandra Birchmore case with those officers involved in that, the one who killed her and the other two, and and more. But that from the I mean, from the time they started on it until the arrest was rather quick. But as long as you know, it makes you wonder, why does Goal have the gag order? Well, until this is concluded, FBI can't do anything. So the longer you can stall, just like they're doing with Karen Reed, the longer you stall, the longer you keep the feds out. And that's, I don't know. They didn't have a case against Mr. Allen.
No, that's why they need it. Okay, I don't know if you missed last night. Let me restate my theory because I think this is important for, like, it's important to me. So when I look at it, I think what happened is this. I think that the primary strategy was to force a plea,
Yeah,
that they had this guy and they had this theory in mind is, look, obviously we can't bring him to trial. We got no evidence. It's all fabricated. But if we put our foot on his neck hard enough, we can force him to plea. And so I think that's why you saw him placed in Westville, and that was a passing of the buck because they were able to put the responsibility on the Department of Correction. Okay, where they say it's not me doing it. He's remanded to the custody of Department of Correction. So now it's their decision to place him in Westville. Okay, my hands are
right.
clean. Um, so he's placed in Westville. That was level one. Level two, they put in the Odins to threaten to kill him and his family. And the whole point
Absolutely.
of that is similar. It's putting the foot on the neck to say you're gonna plea. You're gonna plead guilty. You're gonna plead guilty, or we're killing your wife and kids. Where they never intended to kill the wife and kids. It's just what they're telling him. They're
But you
allowing the
don't you don't
inmates
think
to.
you don't think that the initial um, intention in putting him there. Um, uh, I feel like the plea was secondary to to the first um, reason for. I don't think they expected him to survive. And then when he made it, I mean,
Well, but I think that's less logical because they could have just killed him. They could have let someone beat his ass to death. I think that if I would really think of what they could do with the least amount of, or with the most amount of plausible deniability, would be to allow third parties to threaten him to such an extent, and then also by having him in solitary where he's deteriorating the way that he was, they would understand like so much of this solitary he's going to deteriorate. And then if we add to that mix the intimidation, we can probably break him, convince him to plea. But I think what happened is they received a gift as part of this because they didn't get either of the ends. They didn't get his death. They didn't get his agreeing to plea. But what they did get as a unintended benefit is they broke him mentally to the point where he confessed numerous times. And
right.
so then that was a gift to them that propped up their weak, non-existent case, where now they had the unexpected gift of all these confessions that they could place together and then add that to the zero evidence case they had. And now they had a case, since he was not going to plead, that they could bring to court. And the interesting thing I thought about to add to all of that is how, say, like, remember when they brought in
Mm.
remember when they brought in the DNR officer to trial to say, yeah, he changed his height and weight on the
Uh,
fishing license. So that's indicative
uh,
of guilt.
yeah, totally.
I
Mm-mm.
mean, that was the extent of the weak bullshit no case they had, that they even had to get something as innocuous as changing by a few numbers your height and weight on a fishing license to be indicative or suggesting that he's guilty, because they had such a flimsy case and they knew it.
But what was funny about that is they were so desperate that they didn't even catch. Yeah, he changed his height, but he still didn't meet the height requirement.
Yeah.
Like
Just
I don't like if he did, it was like, so what he made himself? Did he make himself 5'5" or 5'6"? And like I think the it started at 5'6". This bridge guy, so it's like if anything, if he was trying to hide, maybe he would have made himself shorter because like it was almost like he was. What are they saying? Like, oh well, he changed his appearance by doing this. He went like it was an inch higher. Well, that would put him closer to the lowest end of bridge guy. That's like the dumbest thing ever. I mean that's how. Oh my gosh, that's how ridiculous it was. And
well,
then
that's the point. Yeah, it's
yeah,
absolutely ridiculous, and the only people who buy it, you'd really like, he looks guilty. What? Or like Gray Hughes, he is bridge guy. Really? That even assumes that bridge guy has any meaning. I mean, this is the gaslight, the weakness of the case, the fucking unhinged talking points, the behavior of the judge. Everything's been just
well,
it's
Gray Hughes is such a joke on. Um, I mean, I don't. I followed the Karen Reed case very heavily before this. I, he is the. I didn't even know he was even involved in this because he is like the biggest joke. I mean, I don't know why he. I, I mean, I know he's a male Nancy Grace, but she doesn't completely catapult herself into everyone's stuff. Like he is, I don't know. Maybe he just needs a teddy bear because he gets all up in your chat and it's like, oh my god,
Go away, Hughes. I don't come around you at all because your channel
no
is
one
so
wants to because
edgy.
we'd be embarrassed.
Yeah, I would be embarrassed to go into your chat, dude. So the fact that you come into mine repeatedly,
Oh, he's a fanboy.
yeah. So okay. Um,
Yeah, he's a. I mean, he is such a joke though. He's such a known joke. Nothing he says. It's what. It's kind of like uh, Kevin, Yellow Cottage Tales. Same kind of scenario. I mean, you just it's those type of people like you just cringe. You want absolutely no association with that.
Heidi,
Um,
Heidi,
it,
yeah. I will sometimes boot people from the chat, but it's the fucking trolls. So if a troll comes in here calling me a pedophile, yeah, they'll get booted. But I don't argue with my chat. I love my chat. I
yeah,
told
the
Adrian
chats are
that
good.
yesterday.
Yeah,
I enjoy my chat. That's why I do it. Jesus.
yeah, because that's why I come here. It's like I'm really telling on myself. It's my therapy because it's just a calming place. It's a welcoming place. The mods are always so good to everyone, and it's kind of just a place where you can like lose your shit for a minute and then get back together. Whereas all these other people um, who are just I don't know, they're so hateful. And I always wonder if I'm just going to say names. Jinx, you're so mean. You're just so mean. And Jinx, especially, she attacked me and you don't know me. And I really do think that people like that, you got your verdict. And if you took the time to get to know us, you might see that we all might actually have a lot in common. We all come from seasons of hurt and we've suffered through traumas and we have PTSD and we've probably we've probably been through a lot of the things that have turned you into the person that you are. But the great thing is when you can take those things and still stand firmly in your strongly held convictions and still respect one another. And that group of people, it's just not an option. If we all agreed on everything, this would be such a boring place. Life would be boring. We're not supposed to agree, but people like that, it's hard for me um, because I want to lash out, but at the same time, always, I've got this strong conscience when I try to sleep. That's why I listen to you in my ear every night because I have insomnia. It's like it's those type of people that I want to pray for because if you are that hateful outwardly, I am worried for what you feel internally. And there's so many of them. They swarm.
They swarm. Good point. They do. It's obvious to some of us that that's what happens. Yeah.
And and I've been told, "Hey, look, you're this is a loss for you because they swarm." But, I use I'll always use the same analogy. You know, I um I'm a Christian, so um no offense to anyone who isn't, but for me, it's the same as, you know, if Jesus could carry that cross through the streets of Nazareth and be spit on and beaten and mocked and still made it and was was crucified and had to lift his body for every breath and was still capable of saving an actual criminal on one side of him, then then why can I not? All you have to have is a little faith. So, um, yeah, it gets scary. I'm gonna tell you, Rafi had me scared. I was scared. I don't want a planned car accident or kids getting hurt or, for it to already be planned out. Well, and then I got to thinking, well, if that's the case, well, what are we doing about it? Are we going to sit here and talk about it? Or do we need to start swarming? Because a swarm of good will do more than a swarm of bad, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, and then there's a big difference between organically here and sent here. So I also look at it from that angle, like because I think that people in general are sensitive to what's organic and real, and that's something that many of us on this side are, and it's just it's hard to prove to you with receipts, but it is a known fact that so many on that other side, especially the worst of them, are not organic. Okay, they
No.
are incentivized to be here, and therefore that's why they don't exhibit that organic growth that we do, because I can come here and a year ago I had 10 times less the viewership and now I have 10 times more. But some of these people, they're stuck where they were 2 years ago or three, because it's not organic, it doesn't grow. And so I don't even expect that true uh, intelligence, human emotion, compromise, conversation. There's none of that. That's the problem with the chat, because I do welcome them to come in and discuss varied opinions. But the problem is they're incapable of doing it, because any of them that will come in, it instantly goes to yelling, name calling, gaslighting, logical fallacies, all the things that are not worth our time. And I value all of your time. So we have,
Oh yeah, oh yeah, no, I absolutely get that.
yeah.
I think it was more. It's more fairy tale. Uh, it's more fairy tale. I, I wouldn't I wouldn't ever really expect them to want to get to know any of us.
Mm-mm.
But it's a shame though. It really is, because they would then learn that um so many of us have gone through whatever it is that they went through that made them take that road, whereas we took the path less traveled. We chose this way, and something did that to them. But if you can name it, I can guarantee it's been done to me. And I couldn't. Yeah, no, I couldn't do. Yeah, that's why it's more fairy tale. I don't foresee that ever happening, but I also will will not stop because they can't stand it. The kill them with kindness, but I don't even mean it in that mean of a way. It's like, you're not going to bring me to your level. I'm not going to give them that. I'm tired of giving them that. Um, but but I also don't get paid by the patties.
Well, that's
I mean, if anything, I'm honest. So, I mean, I'll tell the truth. If any of you want to ask me questions, I'll always tell the truth. I mean, I live on truth. You just have to. It's just big for me. Is truth. I can't handle liars and I can't handle greed. And aside from that, I'm good to go. Um, if you have, you should give, and don't tell lies. And I have ADHD, so even if I tried to lie, I'm gonna suck, and I can't remember the damn lie, even if I tried. So it's just, I mean, I guess they think that the patties are gonna continue to give them their paychecks, but they might not know the patties as well as they think they do, because I think the money's gonna start trickling down. So what's the motivation then? Why are they still coming around? Why the death threats? You know, um, of another person who's getting it pretty hard right now, just like you,
oh, I don't know. I'm kind of
the two of you.
a bunch of people get it, you know.
Uh, uh about this, no, no, not quite as much as you and one other person. I think the two of you are pretty much ranking right at the top. And I mean, that's a lot. Uh, and I think the rest of us, um, we have to use our voices. I'm not going to Indiana. I'm not reporting anything to Indiana. Um, but
No, I
everyone
stopped.
else,
I'm not gonna lie. I stopped almost a year ago.
I've tipped nothing into Indiana. I've sent nothing to them. Nothing, nothing. Um, I, I think that in each place of, I don't know, authority, uh, you're going to have at least one compromised. Um, because, like you and I always say, what is worse than the death of children? Brutal deaths of children. So, secrets are worse than that. That's big. That's big. So, I would, okay, let me ask you this. So, and then I'm taking up your whole time, and then I know probably other people want to get up here because I haven't been reading the chat. But I'd asked you a question randomly about school resource officers, right? Because you were a teacher.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, all the school resource officers I've always known are police officers
Yeah,
from the jurisdiction.
yeah, okay. Like I have two in school, and so I'm like, uh, tell me about y'all school resource officers. I mean, I watched a resource officer. No offense to anyone. This isn't a jab, but he, a teacher brought like that Molly, or I don't know. I don't know. I'm 43, so back in the day, I guess for me it would have been like LSD or ecstasy. I think it's ecstasy for this generation or something. But they busted a teacher. The school resource officer, he couldn't even get it identified. But um, Look back for 14 years. And wh- why would a school board, here we just call it the superintendent's office or the school board. Why would they need their own police, um, disguised as school resource officer, essentially their own police force, strictly for a school board? It's not rhetorical. I'm really asking. Like, why would they need a federal agent? Let's say just from Homeland Security.
Which jurisdiction is this? Which schools or
Well,
board?
I mean, Carroll County.
Oh, that's a Homeland Security threat then. That means they're
Well,
verifiable Homeland Security threats.
well, this goes back 14 years. They received a grant, and from my understanding, the mayor at the time shut it down and said no. It was done through a closed door meeting with the school superintendent, Ralph Walker. I too come with names and receipts. Um, yeah, uh, it could have something to do with there was sexual hazing going on at Delphi Community High School. And superintendent at 3:30 declares there was no merit uh, and no valid evidence to suggest such a thing had occurred. It was nothing more than a wedgie. And the freshman's father went on to tell the news station that no, it definitely went further than that, and it was three against one, and
I know that whole story,
yeah,
and I think it's true, but I guess what I'm thinking is that this has to be a greater threat to the entire student body, like some pedo ring or
exactly,
some
because it
human
came out that
trafficking
it was
threat
nothing
or
new. Yeah,
cartel danger,
correct.
exploitation of children, maybe drug. There's some threat in
Yep,
which Homeland Security has a role to fulfill, which is securing the homeland in uh, in uh, in Carroll County. But I got to say this: I'll tell this story this way to make it seem plausible. So Jesus, man, because of these trolls, I can't even tell stories of real fucking way. Like it's frustrating because I just realized if I started off the way it really started, then they're gonna attack me because of the activity I was engaged in. But okay,
no, I might be
basically,
able to do it. I
I
might.
pulled off on the side of the road, okay,
Okay,
and parked the truck, and I went into the woods to do an activity, okay. And once I finished my leisure activity, I came back out of the woods, got in the truck to go, and I was stuck in the mud. Okay.
okay,
So I stood there for 2 hours almost. It was about more like an hour and 38 minutes or so. Okay. I stood there trying to flag people down who were passing. Okay. And I'm
okay,
talking, this is an area where it's a halfway highway. It's like a county road highway. So maybe like every minute or 30 seconds, another car. And for an hour and a half or more, finally someone pulls over. And it's a nice man. He gets out. He's like, hey, blah, blah, blah. He's a go-getter. Very nice truck. Okay. And I said, hey, I'm stuck in this mud. He's like, how long you been here? I said, almost 2 hours. He's like, Jesus, I can't believe people. He said, people these days are so awful. He said, I'm sorry. So he gets out some straps, uh, hooks up to my vehicle, pulls me out of the mud, and unhooks the straps. And he comes and talks to me. He's like, "I'm sorry, nobody helped." He's like, "I just can't believe people do this these days." And then I, he introduces himself and gives me his card. A local business owner and Homeland Security agent.
Huh.
Okay, that interaction right there totally changed my attitude about Homeland Security because I realized there's good people in there. Like that guy was truly a good guy. He just wanted to help me get off the highway. Um, he happened to be a business owner, which is, I assume, why he was brought into Homeland Security because this was all after 9/11, but before COVID. So,
Well, I'll say that I went into it when I initially reached out to you. Uh, I went into it because I didn't like how the superintendent concluded his investigation prior to the police department. And the principal contacted the police department to conduct a thorough investigation. And they still had another witness to interview. So, no, that they weren't close to closing it out prior to the superintendent being Ralph Walker. So the more I looked into it, the more I started seeing a lot of presence of Homeland Security. And then it I I think for me it kind of turned, whereas I was seeing it as, why do they, what is going on? Are they compromised? To more of, there's, I mean, all you got to do is just follow the money. That's what I say. Follow the money. But why the heavy presence? I mean that. I, for instance, I went to my local Homeland Security website. It is vastly different than what I saw there. Um, and just as you said, what do they typically deal with? You know, I don't think. Um, I don't know. It just gave me pause. And initially, the way it was written, the grant would be for a resource officer. But because the meeting was held behind closed doors, it came out that it would be policing within the building in which the school board worked. And then that made me believe, wow, so you guys don't feel protected
mhm,
by Delphi PD.
I get it. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, it's big. I mean, there's a big, there's a lot of, it's a lot. There's a lot of presence. There's
Well,
a lot
look,
of
hey,
presence.
let's just cut this short. I speak to a lot of locals. I'm not gonna lie, and all the fucking locals know that. Okay, they try to act like they try to discredit me. Prof's a conspiracy theorist. Prof's full of shit. Prof da da da. Prof attacks the family. They know that I speak to a lot of people in Carroll County and Indianapolis.
Well, does Prof speak the truth?
Yeah,
Sometimes the truth involves the family.
but what they're gonna
So,
do is that there is a deep culture of fear in that community. That community is terrorized. Let's be clear. The number of people who are deathly afraid to have their names mentioned, to come on and have their voice heard, to have even they're afraid to email me because they don't want the email to be backtracked. Like, there are
Yeah.
people, a large percentage of this community who's reached out to me are deathly afraid, and they're not afraid of the this one or that one or Richard Allen or Keegan Klein. They're afraid of the patties.
Yeah.
They're afraid of the law enforcement. They're afraid of the cartel. Yeah, I said it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But
And
I
so
think
if I'm
that,
looking at this school board, I would see the same thing. Maybe they're afraid.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And see, uh, but even everything that you just listed, I think it. I think there's one more level. I think it goes one more level higher. I truly do. And now I'm too scared to say that. What I've, I'm not gonna say that because you know, you're like I probably will die. Um, but I can. I mean, yeah, no. Well, there's. I mean, I've heard. I think at your channel you've talked about drugs and didn't you mention guns? Like selling of guns. I don't really listen to anybody else.
Oh, their troll
Uh,
farm engaged in some of that business. Yes.
okay, they're selling to someone, and I think that their level is I think the patties are low level.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're high level.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
saying
I mean,
that the
they're
culture of fear
yeah,
is insane in central Indiana. And the people who are coming and contacting about this case, they're afraid to even have their name mentioned or their phone number known or their email known or anything about them or even the fact that they have kids. Like, they are absolutely afraid. That's why they're not speaking out. That's why I don't expect the jury to speak out. I hope the jury speaks out. I bet you the jury's afraid. They will be when they come out of here. I mean, once they start learning some of this, the jury's going to be instilled with it that they, like I said, I think we're dealing with domestic terrorists that run the underground economy in central Indiana and the entire Midwest, and that's who everyone's afraid of. And it ties right on into the biker culture and the white supremacists and the gangs and all of this shit. And yes, it goes up, but it's just like everywhere you look, people are afraid, and that's not like that everywhere. Like, it's normalized in Carroll County. All right.
I mean, it is. I, I mean, there's some crime in a lot of places, but this is my first time to see anything at this level, and it's gorgeous there. I mean, I've never been there, but I saw like just footage, like when Noe goes, when you went on the canoe trip, and any chance I get to see videos, I mean, it is beautiful. Those those country roads, and then when you get to look down at the creek, I mean, it's such a gorgeous place, and it's just filled with horror. I mean, there's just so much um, that's going on, but I think that the troll farm, um, uh, and maybe some people above them also that you and I have talked about. Um, I'll just say this one phrase. Um, it's just a couple of kids, and you should know who I'm talking about. That would be above the troll farm, and then this ultimate straight above that person, and it's scary and big, and I would say that's where the guns are going. It's a big organization. It's like we've been saying, it's not a POI. It, it's not a person. It's It's a group. It's a, like you said, a cartel, if you will. More than one, of course, but yeah, but Indiana, wow. I mean, who would have known? Who would have known? But
Well,
yeah, I mean, no,
because
nobody
Indiana's
will
always
talk.
been a hub, and it really makes sense to me because I like to think of things in terms of historically. Indianapolis is known as a hub city. It's like a crossroads for the entire Midwest, East Coast, and down south. And when I back off of it and think of it in that way, it makes so much sense because that's a hub. You obviously, if you want to control things, you want to control the hub. And so historically, they've always controlled the hub. They've never not controlled that hub. And
Well, I
and
got
that's
one
why.
for you. Hell, I just won't make a video. I'll just go ahead and tell the story. Y'all don't even have to watch part two. Um, y'all go back and look at that interview that Ives gave, and it's a lot about you'll pick up on something that Prof talks about a lot. How they've made Delphi, and I'll quote Ives instead of Prof, um, a tourist attraction. A tourist attraction. Well, like I said, I started looking into someone, found out that this person is Ives' childhood friend. Same guy that reset his phone February 14th, 2017. They both did that. Well, those two individuals, the individual I was looking into moved back from Texas and started working under Doug Carter. And now um, they write grants for tourism, for Delphi to be a tourist attraction. That is, they signed for the grants. They're the ones getting the grants. Robert Ives and another gentleman. And I, I mean, I had to follow a whole trail. I followed the money. I followed the money. I didn't know it was going to lead back to Ives and Doug Carter. Um, but there's so much money. I don't think the full gravity is felt at how much money is being infiltrated through just Carroll County. I mean,
Yeah.
much less Indiana.
Here's a
I mean,
uh,
it's
here's
big.
a suggestion. You look through all the nonprofits and all the churches in that area, and you're going to
Yeah,
discover some millions and millions and millions of dollars. And it's come on.
yeah. I definitely should check into some of those nonprofits related to Flora as well. There's some
Yeah, there was a
interesting.
whole thing last year about that, but I'm
Yeah,
gonna
that's all kind of interesting
get
stuff.
into it. But
But
no,
I
it's
think
very
that there's
clear. It's
someone.
very clear. Like it's so funny to me that everything in the world has been done to take advantage of this tragedy by those locals. It's just the most. It's mind-boggling. It really is.
Well, I felt like they could have continued. They could have continued on. So if the nail in the coffin was the confessions, well, we already had confessions. So they could have used one of them, but we kind of know why they didn't. But at the same time, you know, I don't know, get a low line, just get some petty theft, or you know, sell marijuana. I don't know, somebody that's not in your big scandalous world. But Richard Allen, that's when they cross the line. For me, that's when they cross the line. That's just wrong. They could have, and I know that there's connections there. still they had other options. And for me, that was too big. That was too big of a crossing. Um, it was completely unnecessary. And I don't know. There's just so much that people still don't know. Like like I said, I don't do Reddit or Facebook because I can't handle any. I told you I can't handle any more bridge guy stuff. Like that's how I found I have Apophis, and then I found you because I felt like I was going crazy. Like people are freaking listening to this down the hill, down the hill, down the hill, down the hill, down the hill. And I'm like, gee, oh my God, can I get someone that can see this for what it is? It's been how long? And I'm telling you, I still haven't seen the crime scene photos. Um, I know Teresa, she's like me. She went to school for the same things I did. And, we can't see a puppy hurt, but okay, call us what you want to. But it doesn't affect me in the same way to see those kind of photos. But it, to hide them from us, now that the jury has seen them, I'm telling you, there's going to be reason for that. I don't think I'm still, I'm still going to stand by what I've always stood by. Abby doesn't match. Abby doesn't match. So if she doesn't match and there's no conspiracy, then that just simply means Richard Allen wasn't walking around that day with a 6 hour, a box cutter, and a serrated kitchen knife. I mean, I don't know. And maybe a sword too. I mean, good God. It could it could have been up to 5 different weapons used. That was testified to. The medical examiner lied. Of course, he could have given a closer proximity to death. He lied. He lied. No one. I don't know who. I don't know. I don't know who told the truth. So here we are. And I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I know there's things coming, but still people don't even know why the Wabash River was searched. um, I don't know. I don't want to take up your whole live. I think there was someone named Shay that was wanting to come on the live, and I feel like I'm like being greedy. So, and I know my voice is scratchy, y'all. I
Hey,
apologize,
Shay, you're
everyone.
welcome to come on. I'm gonna
I
probably take a 2 minute break to go refill my water because my
I
throat's
keep
dry.
I can see a little bit of the chat, and I keep seeing it's Ashley Nudo, and I'm like, man, they're probably done with my pneumonia, scratchy, sore throat self. But I know that I think maybe Shay and some other people are wanting to come on, so I'll hang tight if you want to grab some water. And if you guys want to ask me any questions, I'm nobody. I'm no prof. If RA knew what his future held, he would.
Yeah, if he knew
I
they were
agree,
gonna
Harlan.
set him up for double homicide of two little girls. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's sad when you have to tell your children now. I thought it was horrible. I remember December 14th, Sandy Hook, because I had a son in kindergarten, and so that's a day I'll never forget. And now my kids have, you know, school shooter drills, and now we're having to tell them as they go off to college, do not speak to police. The Idaho 4 case, this case. Do not open your mouth. Do not offer help. If you're drunk, if you really did something, spend your night in jail. Use your one phone call to call me. Do not open your mouth at all. Not at all. And I hate that it's come to that, but it is.
Oh yeah, I need a lawyer, and if you really want to be honest, fuck off.
But be careful. Like I told my son, be careful because I've seen them actually put you on the phone, put the person detained on the phone with an attorney, and I told him to just refuse that, spend your night in jail, and use your one phone call to call your mom.
Hmm.
Because I don't know who I watched. I mean, I watched it on the body cam for the Idaho 4. Yeah, no, I don't know who they put him on the phone with. So yeah, it's just there's a lot going on, and then I mean, I don't know. We could take it so far. I don't know. I don't know where you want to take it, or if you can bring someone else up. Because I mean, I'll spill it all. I don't care. I really don't. I mean, somebody has to save a life because the body count is adding. And damn it, I want justice for Abby and Libby. And they don't have any. And at this point, my gosh, can y'all just, like, y'all as in, law enforcement, like, at least, I don't know, slap them on the wrist, get Richard out of jail, but solve the case publicly. Give the girls some sort of justice. This is not the way. Continue on with your dirty corruption. Leave us out of it, but don't let their legacy be drenched in your filth. And that's what they've done. They'll they're leaving Abigail Williams and Liberty German's names shrouded in filth. And it's not fair. It's not fair. They look, when phones got reset on the 14th, and I mean, I knew the whole investigation had changed at that point. The investigation was no longer going to be about the death of the girls. The investigation was going to be about the cover up, whatever cover up anyone chooses to believe, because there's a variety. But that's what's so hurtful. It's just so hurtful that they were left there like that, and so that's how they're going to be remembered. And come on, they didn't even gather the sticks, the evidence, the DNA evidence. I don't even believe that. Uh, I don't believe at all that the one male DNA just happened to be, an officer who wasn't properly, you know, placed in when he was hired or whatever. I, I doubt it's even his. I, I, they held on to Kelsey's hair this whole time, and a genealogy expert offered to do the testing for um, the patties free of charge, and they declined it. Just like I mean, Faugreville was, that of course. What's like 9-10 grand when you're talking about two brutally murdered children? I don't know. I don't know. And then lastly, and I'll let someone else take over because I'm taking everyone's time. But the the middle of the day never being moved. The the video that Libby's never seen in, and the fake video. Oh, I'm sorry, enhanced video where there's a split second of whatever. Yeah, so I mean, who took the videos? It wasn't Libby. She's not in them, and she was the selfie queen. So, um, you're going to tell me that, uh, I mean, they just walked over their bodies. None of Abby's blood is there, besides what was just. What was interesting is that the left side of her neck was cut, but there was blood on the right side of the ground where she lay. Not what was uh, in the sweatshirt, but just a little pool on the right side. Um, Also, the immediately found. Yeah, okay. No, no, you can't. There was no evidence. So I feel that the jury gave every indication on Friday. They probably chose, I think they chose the foreman by drawing straws because 11 was not a popular choice. He didn't even take notes and he was disengaged the entire time. So I think they chose the foreman, took an initial vote. They went in and they didn't even stay the whole day on Friday. We all, even the news, mainstream media, we're used to seeing how juries respond. All of mainstream media was there for Friday. That verdict was coming, and it is of my opinion they were sent back in until they came out with guilty. That
Mm-hmm.
is my opinion. They
Mm-hmm.
would continue to be sent back until they would come out with guilty, and it took them till they just couldn't take it anymore because there was no one. They were guarded by Gold and McClellan and Holman, and I saw Holman walking in. Whoever. And so that's how I'll leave it. I think that because there just was no evidence at all, and the timelines, and you know, it can't physically be done. The science doesn't match. If you don't have the science to back you up, then what do you have left? The confessions, the confessions. Well, we
Mm-hmm.
already had those, and they didn't mean anything. So something happened with the jury as well. And now I will let somebody else. I feel bad that I've been talking so long. I'm sure people are like, get this bitch off your channel. I haven't seen the chat.
Well, thanks for coming, and yeah, ooh,
Absolutely. Yeah, I enjoy it. Thank you for having me. I'll stay in the
every
chat.
awesome, thank you, and everyone in chat, please say thanks to Ashley.
I love y'all. Y'all are so great. Thanks, Prof.
All right, thank you.
Okay, bye.
All right, let's see. I'm trying to put these on the screen here. Let's see. Yeah, you guys are talking about the DNA. Listen, I've said this before. I believe the DNA was intentionally compromised by someone in law enforcement. But my throat is worse than Ashley's right now, so I need to take a 2 minute break and go get some water. Let me see who else I can throw up here. All right. All right. We got woman doing with a hot take right here. All right. Mike Pence might have been in that damn Dropbox, allegedly. Give me a 5 or 2 minute break to go get some water, please. And I'll be right back. All right. Just a moment. Whoops. Okay, welcome back. I feel a little better, but not too much. All right, we have Sam backstage. Let me get him on, and let's see where we are with the chat. All right, where are we? Where are we? I have to find my spot here in the chat. Oh man, I hate when it glitches like this. Okay. Oh yeah. He knew what he was voting for from the start. That's why he didn't take notes and wasn't interested. He was bought. You're talking about the juror, the disengaged, weird ass juror. Yeah. Thank you. Lemon, lime, and bittersweet. All right. All right. So let's get old our guest, who I'm unsure who is, but let's get our guest up and see what he has to say. See what works out and what doesn't, and I'll be putting some of the chats on the screen because there's a lot that I have to catch up with. I'm pretty far behind, so that's where we are. So one moment. Okay, hello.
Hello,
All right, who's there?
this is Lewis. What's happening?
Welcome, Lewis. Good to see you or hear you.
Right, right. Um, I got a couple of things. Does anybody really know why the FBI was there already when this was going down?
Some people do. I don't.
Yeah, I don't either. I haven't been able to figure it out.
Yeah, I'm that way because I'm a receipts based person. And so I literally, everything I have to see for myself or read for myself before I understand and go with it. So with that one, it's just been talk. And I've heard various stories about what they were doing, but I've never
Same.
seen, yeah, the receipts.
Yeah, that's something that's always bothered me. And another thing is I believe that whoever has is involved with this is Freemason, and it's never gonna get solved. We're never gonna know. Doug Carter said in an interview once, he said something along the lines of like, "We'll never know," but he made it sound nonchalant. You know what I mean? But he said, "We'll never know."
Yeah, I agree with that. And back on the FBI thing, there was another case that that person was working on. That's like I do believe that much, but there are other stories. So there's other context surrounding that that hasn't been proven to me. But what has been proven is yes, that person who was there, who came over, he was working another case. Uh, so I just wanted to at least say that there is confirmation that there was someone in the county who came over, but I don't know about anything else. But yeah, I do believe you're right about the. I believe there's multiple perpetrators, and one of the involved parties. You're correct. I believe is at least one of them is a Freemason.
Yeah, they won't give up. They won't give up each other. So I believe Doug's probably a Freemason.
Yes.
Um, and just like I said, it always rubbed me the wrong way when he said in that interview that we'll never know. We'll never know what happened. And he said that verbatim, but he said it nonchalantly like we wouldn't catch what he was meaning. But that's all really. I just want to know if anybody knew about the FBI stuff and just wanted to point that out too.
Well, what's interesting to me about what you're saying, because I don't remember him saying that, but I have to. I want to hear him say it, but it's interesting because if he did say it, it contradicts another statement he made, which is that we have an aerial view. We know everything that happened to those girls that day,
Hmm.
you know, a complete puzzle of what happened to those girls that day. And it's like, well, hold on, bud. If we'll never know, then how they have a complete puzzle? Because obviously you do know.
Right. It's just they're just trying to get. Well, that's why Richard's sitting there and he's gonna rot in prison probably for the rest of his damn life because he's a patsy. They need somebody to pin it on. They have no evidence. They had none against this guy, and he's just gonna rot in prison. And it's never gonna be. We'll never know.
Yeah, they literally had none. I mean, the only thing they had were the coerced confessions.
Right.
She's got to be kidding me, man.
Yeah. If the
And
dude's
then,
going
see, I know
crazy, and
from
then
someone in the courtroom, he was okay. Some of the video that was shown, albeit without audio, showed him literally being tortured. Like he had a hood over his head to keep him from seeing or spitting or breathing, whatever. He was strapped to a wheelchair, I believe it was, and restrained. Uh, they saw all sorts of shit. Him banging his head on the wall, covered in feces, really sick. They saw all of that. They heard about all of the mental state, uh, that he was undergoing a significant psychotic episode, and that was attested to by both of the psychologists. And they still went ahead and just, went ahead and threw him under the bus.
yep, it's absolutely an injustice. But yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to say, bud.
Well, do you want to say your screen name or anything about yourself for our
Uh
people?
no, I'm good.
All right. Well, hey, it's I'd be glad to talk to you if you want to stay. If you got to run, I appreciate that too. But no, you sound
Yeah,
like a nice
I'm good.
guy with a solid head on your shoulders, and
Well, yeah. I had to take a break from this case, like from for a good 3 4 years. I'd just been collecting pictures and pictures and pictures. I'm really like I have Apophis. Apophis, I believe, is onto something as well. I do believe that. And even before he came out with something, I was listening to like True Crime Jesus and stuff like
yeah,
that.
good
And
one.
uh I liked True Crime Jesus. I thought he was very informative. But I had to get rid of all those pictures that I had because it was driving me insane. Because that was for a while there, that was all I was thinking about. I was like, what's going on with this? What can I see in these photos and all that? You know, it's like mass hysteria.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's just I don't know, this whole thing, I just don't think we'll ever know. And that sucks for the it sucks for the girls. It also sucks for the community and the family and everyone else that wants to know.
Yeah, well, it's been. I mean, you know how I said earlier. I don't know if you were here, but I said it's been obvious. Like that's the thing with this corruption and the cover up and all the lies and all the misinformation, disinformation inserted into this case. It's all been right out in the open, like extremely obvious. And I think that it's causes this cognitive dissonance because it's so much overload of info. You never know where to go with it, and all the blatant corruption's just been done right in front of your face.
Uh, one of the theories I had way back when was that the, that judge that got busted with a prostitute. Um, I thought he might have had something to do with it, and if that were the case, he's more than likely a Freemason and didn't like. I haven't heard anything about him in I don't know, maybe a couple years now. Are you familiar with that guy?
Oh yeah, I mean, basically, we talk about him on a daily basis behind the scenes.
Ah,
Curtis Fouts.
yeah, yeah.
There are multiple layers with that too, where remember that woman in the telling of that story. She said that they were wanting us to get girls, and they would get girls and kidnap them, and that they would hold them and tie them up and beat them and whatever, and then they would reserve them for the good old boys at night, who would
Yep.
then use them.
See, I always thought that place that they said either was the old CPS building, was like what they where they took everybody or whatever. Either it was there, or when they made that whole uh, what they say, a new headquarters for uh, for the Libby and Abby case. But there
Yeah.
was like barely anybody ever there or something like that. But I
Well,
always
there's
thought it might have been one of those two places that was
and I
fishy.
believe there's lots of places like that club, like, the locals would obviously know exactly where those locations for those clubs were, but could have even been the biker bars. Like, you got Eagles in Peru, prime candidate for something like that. But what struck me about what she said is when she was saying that, she said, and they were young. Some of them were young. And when she said it, you can tell that it was a gut punch to her because her voice dropped. And
Right.
and it caught me, like, every time I listened to that. And she says, and they would take those girls and kidnap them and blah blah blah, and for the guys to come pick up later, and they were young.
Yep.
And you got to think Abby and Libby. What ages were they? You know,
Right.
they
Right.
were young
Yep.
as far as sexually. So I don't know, man. It's but she had her own suspicious aspects too. So it's just like almost every, the way I've come to sort of say it these days is, what we're understanding about this whole group of people is everybody has something on everyone. It's kind of like how Epstein was doing to the politicians and actors. You know,
That
he
makes
was
sense.
he was getting, well, that's what Diddy was doing. They were all getting blackmail material on others. So they would offer them the women and the girls and the whatever, and they would record it to have as blackmail over them. And I'm feeling that that's what we're dealing with in Carroll County and at mid central Indiana is a mini setup like that, where they have dirt on each other, and so it's all kept in checks and balances.
Absolutely. The only thing another thing I don't understand is the Flora. What prompted the Flora fires, other than just trying to get money from the insurance? But somebody knew those girls were there. I believe somebody knew those girls were there. And the good old boys were a bunch of racist assholes. So, I mean,
Yeah,
nobody's
but
going
it's
to
it's
fry for this, and it sucks.
hmm yeah, that's unless there's some savior down the road, that's we're all hoping for, that federally something is done to clean this out, because if there's not, this is just going to be a complete tragedy on, like, on top of tragedies, because this
Right.
this does not need to continue another day. you know
Ah,
and
it
we
makes you
there's a
sick.
body found. Okay, past 24 hours, there's another body found in the
Hmm.
Tippecanoe. There were bodies found in the past 2 weeks. It's just like, it's constant. There's fires, there's bodies found, there's
Oh, there's tons of fires. When I was collecting all that, what I call evidence over the years and stuff like that, there was tons of fires in Carroll County. And it's just like, I don't know. That whole place is, I wouldn't want to live there. Basically, that Jalen Rain, I can't find it anymore, but when she was talking about stuff with the little girls and stuff like that, she said something along the lines of, this is how I knew her brother was a cop. That she said something about her brother, if her brother's involved, something, something, something. And that was part of my looking into shit too. Her brother was he was a police officer for the interstate ISP. So I mean, there's a lot of crap in there that it's not gonna. I don't know. It still bothers me, and it bothers a lot of everybody. I'm sure. It's just I had to get rid of all that stuff so it didn't bother me too much.
Yeah, I mean this is it'll drive you crazy, and you gotta try to get your balance. And I applaud you for knowing when to put it down. And it's been hard for me, you know, like because I want to keep going. And so just I've had to learn how to balance real life. So in other words, people get mad at me, but I don't care. But I just turn the ringer off, you know,
Sure.
or I stop answering emails for a few days, or I have a show planned, and then I realize that earlier in the day I'm like, nah, I'm not feeling it today. I need some self care. So I just don't do the show, and I watch TV and go out into the mountains or something instead. So kind of learning how to because if I don't put those limits um, or boundaries, it'll just consume me. Like I'll get all stressed out, anxious, and burned out. And that's I can't keep going if I get burned out. You know.
Oh, my family saw me like that, and I they all realized it, and then they would say things, and I'm just like, no, because this has got I got so much evidence here that somebody, and I would like take time away from my own family to dive into all this bullshit. And yeah, finally I had to just delete everything. I remember a lot of shit, and if shit gets mentioned, like I'll be like, "Oh, okay, I remember that." But yeah, for my own sanity, I had to, and my family, I had to let it go.
Hmm.
All because I want to try to help, like everyone else. Everyone else wants to try to figure this out. It's a
Well,
sick
that's the thing
world,
about the
sick town.
targeting. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, it's a sick world, it's a sick town, sick county.
Yeah, it's sick. And what's really sick is how everyone who comes on here, who comes on organically, that is their motivation. That's what they want. They just want to help. You know, they want to use their entire human capacity to try to help this. But what they get instead is targeting. Because if you start becoming too vocal, if you go too many places and say too many good things, the next thing you know is that an entire swarm of insane, uh, I call them domestic terrorist Indiana trolls, are going to come right after you to shut you up, discredit you, scare you away, slander, smear you, whatever they can do to shut you up. And so you're looking at it you're like, hold on, I'm just here trying to help because I care. And there's that's why there's some cognitive dissonance in every aspect, like including the social behavior on the internet, which tells you something's going on. And I gotta say this. There's things I don't want to say on this internet because it puts me in harm's way. But I'm telling you right now, these very same domestic terrorist gang freaks, okay, from that area, very well know that the internet is the way you do things in 2024 because I've spoken with people who've infiltrated them.
Hmm.
So they know that they primarily do the internet for their business handling these days. And I know they use the internet for their business handling. And so it only makes sense that they would be on the internet.
Right.
And when people start to face that reality, maybe it will make more sense about what goes on the internet because you never understand the targeting and the harassment and stalking until you're at the receiving end of it. And then you understand from those very same people that, yes, they use the internet because it's the way you do things in 2024.
Right.
It's
I've gone
insane.
through some of that bullshit myself, like years ago, where I was, what do you want to say, bullied because of my thoughts and all this shit, and tried to find out like my real name and all that and get into my business. And a few of them did. And I just said, well, come on, let's do this. Because this ain't about me. This ain't about you guys. This is about two little girls.
Yeah, it's like go ahead, dude. Call me a child molester. Call me a dope head. Call me a racist. Call me whatever the fuck you want. Because people who can actually see what I am, they're not going to believe any of that. They're going to ignore it, and I'm not going to stop doing what I'm doing just because you're just ad hominem attacking.
Right. And I didn't when I that was in the time when I was still in it. I didn't back down from anybody. My wife was all like scared and all that, and I'm like, don't be scared. I'll kick their ass. You know, these guys are pussies. They're not letting anybody know anything, and they killed two little girls. Some food
Yeah.
for thought when you mentioned the biker gang shit. When was it? Maybe about a year ago. You know those channels where uh, they catch people uh, trying to meet up with little kids.
Hmm.
There was one in Indiana, and they caught up with the guy that was like a head of the biker rallies for missing children, and that's pretty damn crazy to me.
Wow. Wow. Well, you
Yeah.
know what's funny about that? How the trucking. Okay, so we've always had this suspicion that some of the trucking companies are involved in this.
Hmm.
And when I was given a name of a trucking company allegedly involved, I went to their website, and what's the first thing you see? That they partner with some organization for human to combat human trafficking.
Hmm.
And I made sure to document it on. I thought, wow, that's just rich. So someone there's multiple individuals accusing you of being involved in human trafficking, sending me the specific name of your company. I go to the website, and what's the first thing I see on the website is human trafficking advocacy partnership. You know,
Right.
yeah.
Well, I'm getting the stink eye from my wife, so I should probably jump off here. But
All
I
right.
just
Well,
wanted
thank
to
you
say
so
a few
much for
things.
visiting, and please come back. And
Yeah, thanks for having me.
it's great to meet you, and appreciate your input, man.
Absolutely. Take care.
All right. Awesome. Well, there's an anonymous viewer there, but gosh, it's just great to meet him. I gotta say, feel like I want to go have a beer. Uh, but that's why we're here today. Community discussion, getting to know each other, and giving you guys a voice because I'm able to. Santana, welcome. Uh, yeah, something to think about. Biker rallies for children, and he's busted for children. I should have asked him specifically where I can find that because now that he's mentioned it, I want to find it. If you're still listening, please figure out how to email it to me. Yeah, please. Um, um, right. The aerial view looked like two people taking pics right before they found the girls, but were the girls already in the ambulance at that time? They were transported to ambulance via ATVs from barn. I actually have something to say about that. Just give me a moment because I want to read that. I want to catch up with the chat. But speaking of finding of bodies, I want to speak about that. All right. RC99, I'm embarrassed how I called it 2 years ago when I was still drinking the Kool-Aid. Yeah. Well, what about Prof? At least a year and a half ago. Um, told you there was Photoshoppery. We told you there was Photoshoppery. We told you there's no timeline, not just a bad timeline, no timeline. Okay. Yeah, I believe too that half the damn town knows the truth. That's the thing. Why would a community cover up for the murders of two of its children? Okay. All right. Boy, mama, Prof has suggested writing a letter. Yes, I have. Put what you know, your outrage, whatever, send it to everyone. I'm starting to think about who to write to. Yeah, what I said is everyone, please write one awesome letter about this Delphi case and the prosecution of Richard Allen. Perfect letter. And then feel free to email it to anyone of your choosing. I highly suggest politicians. So your congressman, your or whatever, your representative, your senators, your governors, your sheriffs, your vice presidents, your presidents, whoever you feel so inclined. What's up, Banvia? Great live today. Thank you. Well, thank you. All right. I think many of us already know what went down. We just still hold out hope that at least one thing was less disgusting than it seems. Nope, nope. I think it was all worse than we imagined, and we'll be finding out in the future. All right. All right. Shit has to stop. Well, yeah. I will never keep my mouth shut about the BS that has gone on in this case. I'm already on a watch list. Let them come. The truth will set us free. Yeah. Well, look, I know I've been reported to the FBI multiple times by the same old fucking chick who loves to threaten everybody with the FBI. Listen, if I was doing anything wrong, I'd have something to worry about. So, fuck around, find out. All right. Um, Jalen was talking about the club planning on sexually assaulting young. Yes, that's what I'm saying. That, but what she was saying is that first they kidnap them, then they hold them, tie them up or whatever, hold them for the guys to come and have their way with them. But what struck me in that whole thing, none of that is a surprise, right? But what is a surprise to me in all of that is that she says, and some of them were young. There's your red flag. Okay. Okay. All right. See what we got here. I think I'm going to slow it down unless we get another amazing guest. If you look here, I point here. If you look down at the top of the chat, I pinned the link. Anyone's welcome to come and be our last guest or final guest because I'll be winding it down soon. Um, but you know, reminds me that there's something I wanted to say when Ashley was on, and I forgot because just conversation moved. But Ashley was mentioning um, the amount of support Richard Allen had outside of the courthouse. Okay, and I want to speak to that because I think you guys will be surprised, and I guess you won't be surprised. Um, um, so so here's the thing. Obviously, I wasn't there. I stayed here to be able to cover it, right? But I had Noe and I had Julie, and I had a couple friends there photographing, listening, taking notes, uh, watching, videotaping. Um, so So what surprised me in this whole thing, and this is like I said, it might surprise you, but it probably shouldn't, because I realized afterwards it shouldn't surprise you. Um, like she said, she was surprised by the number of people supporting Richard Allen. I have to say this: I was surprised by the ratio of the number of supporters of Richard Allen versus the number of the bloodlusters. Okay, so when I review all the footage I was sent, and photography, and talk to the people who were there, uh, it's astonishing. It's astonishing because it was clear that 75 to 80% was the ratio of Rick Allen supporters, okay, to bloodlusters. So, 85%. And even if you want to be conservative, 75%, okay, more than 2/3 or 3/4 were there in support of Richard Allen, which tells you there's only a minority, and it's not just a slim minority. It's a great minority. It's basically half of 50%. So only 25% out there were supporting the bloodlust of the state of Indiana, and that is very interesting. Okay, that is very interesting, and it's indicative of what we're seeing here on the internet. Because as we're here in the social media and in the Facebook groups, um, and in the Reddits, as I scan and survey the social media environment, and I take that polling uh, with my own, I guess, uh, techniques of observation, what I see is that that's exactly an accurate ratio, because I'm seeing about 80%, 80% critical thinking, organic, logical, sober minded, rational discussion, and people concerned about what they are seeing that is so obviously in front of their eyes. Regarding these gangs, cartels, the court system, the corruption of the law enforcement, the whole ball of wax, the family's suspicious, odd behavior over the years, the various numbers of stories that have been told, 80% are right on board with us. They're of like minds. Okay. That's major. And you see it reflected. Okay. You see it reflected organically. Now don't get me wrong. If you take a poll of Delphi creators, what you're going to see is an anomaly. You're going to see the majority are bloodlusters. Okay. Meaning they were sent here for a reason. As I said, it's an organized, uh, concerted PR campaign. Is the reason they came on to cover Delphi in the first place. They're agents. They're working. And they always have been working at narrative control. So you will notice that too, that the majority of Delphi creators are like the bloodlusters, and it doesn't make sense because you look out in the world, it's 80% are blood or Richard Allen supporters or critical thinkers, and 20% are bloodlusters. Where you come in here on YouTube's or Reddit or wherever, 80% are bloodlusters, 20% are free critical thinkers or people like mine. So it's odd. But I just wanted to say that so I didn't forget, because Ashley was here and mentioned that. And I can confirm it with everyone I've spoken with the people I had out there taking footage. It all adds up. Now, another oddity, if you really want to know, is the line. It's almost as if the bloodlusters were attempting to fill every seat in that courthouse to not allow any of us in. True story. True story. Because I had people watching the line, because I was concerned about what was going on with the line and all the chicanery. and the attempts at blocking access for the public. So I had my people out there. I also had like paying attention to the line so that it could fill me in. And that's another thing that was relayed to me that prof, they were trying to fill up the line, the front of the line and the majority of the line with all of the bloodlusters to get their butts in the seats in the courthouse to keep out all of us. So that's another oddity because, like I said, if you had 80% where they're supporting Richard Allen, 80% of the line should have been that. But no, no, no. 80% of the line was bloodlusters. So another interesting thing for you guys to consider. Anyhow, there's no one's going to click the link and join me. Come on, it's a beautiful Tuesday afternoon. Come on, ladies. Or another awesome guy like just came on. There's someone come on. We got 15, 20 more minutes. Come on. But I just appreciate you being in the chat, though. What's up, Prof? Heard some crazy AS on Criminal Network last night. Oh, if you heard it there, it's probably pretty accurate. By the way, Prof, this channel is the absolute best there is. So back to what I've never heard before. Maybe she left part 2 of that. I am and was still so caught up in this case. My family had to start watching Delphi stuff so we'd actually have something to talk about. Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh, that's funny, man. Well, all my friends turned into Delphi friends, so there you go. Okay, boy mama, what up? I'm having a difficult time with the verdict. It's all wrong. The justice system failed Abby and Libby and Rick Allen. There's still killers on the loose. Well, maybe that's the reason why the community is still terrified. It said the Ron search of Ron Logan's property, some of the girls' clothing were in his basement. That's not true. That's not true. Okay, that's where him and I disagree. But he hasn't sent me those receipts. So maybe those receipts actually do exist and I don't have them and haven't had them across my eyes yet. But from everything that I know, that's not accurate. Okay. Right. What up, Rebby Lee? Rebby Lee, $20 Canadian super sticker. Thank you, Rebby Lee. $20 Canadian. All right. What's up, Canada? All right, let's see what we got here. Dream panel, Prof. I in Crime Night. No. I alone on any video or audio or show would be enough. Okay, you don't need me and Joe. Yes, changes are going to happen. Changes are going to immediately happen in all the agencies next year. So who knows what will come of that? Hopefully, what comes of that is some accountability on these local offices, especially with the FBI offices. It's always a good live in here. What's up, Miss K? Always learn something about the case I never knew. Chat is always informative. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Right. The fact that the world is watching this and we can't do anything about it is so infuriating. This case is an obsession to me because the corruption is so brazen. It's unreal how this could happen. Well, don't. The fact that the world can see it all has actually been a good thing. And like I said, I am confident that there are federal informants who have infiltrated the Delphi community. So just be excited about that. That should be good, right? I'm not talking about corrupt federal, because obviously you have corrupt federal informants who are federal agents who go in and do bad things, but you also have non-corrupt. That's the whole thing about the FBI. I think it's very pessimistic and narcissistic and inaccurate to say things like the entire FBI is compromised. No, because no, it's not. there's always good people in in certain places, so they're going to be good FBI agents everywhere. And yes, you're going to have some compromised, and the further up it goes, it's probably more likely that it is compromised. But don't assume that everything will always be compromised because you have bad actors in there. Because I think over time, the bad actors will be fleshed out and good things will happen. And I'm already confident that you do have good people in there. So keep your chin up, keep your chin up. All right, let's see what we're going to do here. Problem is, people need, people see this need to start standing up. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, Karen.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, how are you? Welcome.
I'm on your page all the time now watching this because I'm agreeing right with you.
Awesome. Well, thanks for coming in.
Yes.
We're winding it down, but let's have a chat before we close.
Okay. Sounds good. So are you in Indiana?
Oh, no, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Where?
I'm really glad that I'm not, actually.
I bet. I'm not far. I'm in Cincinnati.
Good. I've been there several times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
Good time.
Oh, yeah. I had lots of support. I used to be a musician, so I would travel around.
Oh, okay. I did notice a few times I seen on there that you had been playing piano.
Hmm.
I'll have to catch one of those or go back and listen to it.
Well, what's on your mind today?
I was just seeing that. I guess I was late getting in on the chat, but you've been talking about Delphi and all this, going on with Richard Allen, and I just think that he was railroaded.
I believe so. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, how do you do the court system like that, and not allow his evidence in, or, too many things were set against him before he even started. Don't you feel?
yeah, I do. And I agree with what you're saying is that the defense was blocked from providing him an adequate defense.
Yes.
And that just seems like constitutional violation. I mean, to his
That-
rights.
yes. I just hope he can get an appellate court now to appeal it. They're saying, I don't know if that's true. I don't know the legalities of, can Judge Gall block that? I don't know how she could. But
Um, well, did we lose her? We may have lost her. There she goes. Maybe she'll pop back in. All right, looks pardon me. My throat is going out on me. Looks like we have another guest who's popped in, so let's see if we can get this going. Hello.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what's up, Michael?
Well, I'm just here to say so you all know there are folks working on this.
Awesome.
And
Yeah.
the other thing I wanted to know is, I guess, two things of what people know. What would be the most important things to pursue further investigation on? And the other question is more specific, and that is, has there been anything around on the internet or anywhere else about a Stingray device being in operation on around the 13th of February in 2017? You know what a stingray device is?
Yes, to be honest, that's you got me there. You may have been the first, you may be the first people to ever have gotten me, because I've never heard of that. That yeah, never. Not me, but chat, please.
So a stingray device is something generally the police, I suppose there are people who probably illegally have them. But a stingray device is something that imitates a tower, and law enforcement can track people that way. And one thing a stingray device does, so it imitates a tower, so if it actually causes an interruption of service. And so if there was a stingray device in use anywhere around there, and I'm not saying there was, there's some reason to believe maybe, and I was just wondering if somebody else had seen anything about it or heard anything about it, because that would tend to explain the interruption in service and the ping, because the phone's going to the stingray device.
Well, I'm okay, chat. I'm watching the chat for you to say if you know anything about the Stingray device Michael's referring to. Has any of you? Um, I don't see anything yet, but would you feel comfortable going into or elaborating on where you're getting that from, or what's the validity?
No,
What's causing you?
I not really.
Okay, good. It's
You
okay.
know,
Um, and what was the other thing,
um,
Michael? While they ask about that, I mean, while they
well,
respond.
well, generally, I mean, of what, from what you know of the trial, from what you know of the investigation, what uh, what investigatable rabbit holes are still worth going down, do people think? And I mean investigatable. I'm not talking about he said, she said stuff.
Oh, I'll tell you,
There's a
my
lot of
number
that
one.
around.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I would ask the chat to chime in on that too. My number one is the alleged scenario and people that was going on at Ron Logan's in the 24-hour prior. And we all have heard about that, but I am still hungry for something solid along those lines. Yeah. I mean, other than the Megan Allen and Gabe Ellis group.
Would you want to pursue?
I'm sorry, Mike, you faded out a little. Uh-oh.
I said, what about Megan Allen would you want to pursue?
Well, I think everything's been
And how would you
pursued.
go?
Well, I think she should be deposed, but I don't expect that she would be honest, honestly. I think maybe her mother would be someone to absolutely have extended conversations with.
Yeah, if this, I mean, I wonder what folks think. One of the things that's always bothered me about the case, and one of the more difficult things, maybe we've been over it before, but you know, if this wasn't a, a crime of opportunity, then what was the mechanism? I mean, how mechanically were the targets?
Oh no, your phone's doing the cutting out again. But you said if how mechanically.
I was saying if it's not a crime of opportunity,
Mhm.
how mechanically were the girls targeted? How was it set up so that there were people at the bridge who were coming with enough notice for a group of people to be out there?
Mhm. Well, honestly, I think it'd be pretty simple. I mean, but I hate to suggest some of my first thoughts are that she had the Find My iPhone activated. Um, that's pretty concerning considering that there may have been targeting, but there could have been this prearranged. The family has told stories early on that they were there to meet boys that day. So then I think, well, if something like that did happen, maybe they did go to meet boys, but the boys they ended up finding were not the boys they thought they were going to meet, which would mean there should be forensic evidence through the cell phones of that sort of thing.
But doesn't that mean then that the boys they were going to meet or thought they were going to meet, doesn't that mean that they would have to be in on it?
No, not if it was a catfishing type of scenario. I could be, because I would assume it would mean it's not real local boys. It's some fantasy like an Anthony Shots.
Yeah, and you'd think that that would be on the phone someplace, but I mean, what's your thought about how the Find My iPhone thing would have worked? I mean, that would have had to be the family, right? And I really, I mean, I think the family knows stuff, but I truly don't think they were involved.
Well, I mean, that's why I say I don't really go into it, but the location could have been tracked where the girls specifically were through the iCloud access to the Find My iPhone, but it's just one of the factual possibilities, not that it was utilized,
Uh-huh. But
but
so you kind of recognize though the difficulty with the targeting problem.
oh yeah, I don't think they were targeted as my primary hypothesis, but I give it the possibility that they were. And I really do think if they were targeted, it was specifically some catfishing scenario where they were going to meet guys that they thought they were going to meet, but it ended up being some other guys. Um,
And why were the other guys trying? Why do you think the other guys were catfishing them and trying to set them up?
I think maybe for a SA type of scenario, maybe to pull them into the woods and sexually assault them, or scoot them into a vehicle.
So you don't think it's meth related?
No, I think that let me be clear on that. I think my primary theory is it is meth related and it's not targeted, that they just walk into the meth situation and end up dead. My secondary theory is that, well, if it is targeted, I believe it's not meth targeting, it's sexual targeting.
Okay.
And normally I don't speak this openly about this essay because I don't like going there, but that's how my mind works. I'm not as much of a fan of the idea that it's targeting in which they're lured out there to perform some revenge act against Derek German or the families. I think if there is targeting, it's sexual in nature.
Okay. Well, I think I've asked my questions. I guess if the chat has some questions for me, I'm happy to.
Oh, let's see what we got. Let's see. Okay. How far back do I have to go? Let's see. Let's start with current. Stingray. Okay, so any of you guys how about this? If you got something on Stingray, please repeat it in the chat. And if you have something on what Michael was talking about with the potential catfishing out there or something. But anyone have any questions for Michael generically? I know one thing I'd like. Michael has spoken on this, but I know one thing that is so difficult for us who are not legally educated is are the ins and outs of the appeal process and how it all works. Would you mind, Michael, maybe giving a brief of the appeal process or something, how it will look for Richard Allen if the post conviction relief is not an avenue that's taken?
Yeah, so the sentencing is on the 20th of December. He'll have 30 days, actually he'll have 32 days to file a notice of appeal or to file a thing called a motion to correct error. If he files the notice of appeal, then it just goes on to the appeal. The transcripts are done. The clerk's record, which is everything that's been filed in the case, is compiled. Once the clerk's record's compiled and filed with the once the notice of completion of the clerk's record is filed, jurisdictions in the Court of Appeals, and then there will be briefing, and there are time limits on that. My guess is that those are going to be extended. I think the time to create the transcripts are going to be extended too. But the Indiana Court of Appeals, famously known as the Rocket Docket, loves to do things in a hurry. I think they'll give whoever's doing the appeal. Oh, well, I should go back. At the sentencing, everybody's favorite judge will appoint somebody to represent Rick in the appeal. There are a couple of different options for that. I'm expecting it's altogether possible that one of Allen County's PDs will be appointed to do that. But maybe somebody else. I mean, people do need to remember that it was everybody's favorite judge who appointed Andy Baldwin to start with.
Oh, that's odd, isn't it? Wow. Thanks for that reminder, because boy, that's a mind blower. Oh, wow.
Yeah, probably won't happen again. So anyway, it'll get briefed. The transcripts will get done. The clerk's record will get done. It'll get briefed on whatever schedule. Whoever's representing Rick will file his brief. The Indiana Attorney General will represent the state. They'll file their brief. Rick will file a reply brief. The Indiana Court of Appeals may or may not set it for oral argument. They set oral argument in very, very few cases. Unlike the Seventh Circuit, which has oral argument in just about every case. And then there will be a decision, and my guess is the decision would come sometime in 2026, which is also a little awkward because I think that's when everybody's favorite judge is up for re-election. I could be wrong about that, but I think that's right. There's another path, and that is so it's usually 30 days to file an appeal. So the 20th of December goes to the 19th of January, but the 19th of January is a Sunday, and the 20th is Martin Luther King's birthday, or at least when it's celebrated. So that's a holiday. So they actually have until the 21st, which is Tuesday, to file the notice of appeal. Or, as I said, they could file a motion to correct error, and you can raise a bunch of legal errors in that. You don't have to preserve them for appeal. It used to be in Indiana you had to file a motion to correct error with whatever you were going to raise on appeal, but you don't have that. That was a long time ago now. But you can also include newly discovered evidence, and that usually requires a hearing if there's anything to it. And so, people are looking for newly discovered evidence. And everybody's favorite judge would rule on that, with or without a hearing. And that starts the clock again for the notice of appeal. That is to say, so if they file a motion to correct error by the 21st of January, then the 30 days starts to run either from the time everybody's favorite judge denies the motion to correct error, or, and I forget how many days it is, if she doesn't rule on it or set it for a hearing, it's deemed denied, and then the 30 days starts to run for the notice of appeal. And that's kind of how it goes.
So newly discovered evidence is the hot topic of the day, then.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the lawyers, it's a little unclear, but I think the lawyers still have subpoena power. There's still things that can be done.
I have a little smug question for you, regarding Elvis Fields. Wasn't he subpoenaed to come in and talk to Baldwin and Rozzi?
Well, I think he was subpoenaed for the trial, and he didn't show up. I think they asked for a warrant to go get him.
Mm-hmm.
I think Gull denied that. I could be wrong. In any case, they were asked what would his testimony be, and I think it was Andy Baldwin. And again, I'm going from possibly faulty memory of, either one of Andrea Burkhart's lives at the end of one of the trial days, or Bob Motta's, or Lawyer Lee's. And I think the answer was, well, we don't know what he testified to. And that's not that's not really much of an offer of proof to reserve anything for appeal, but we'll have to see the transcripts when they come out. It's very important to know exactly how issues were preserved for appeal, if they were preserved for appeal. So that's about what I can tell you about what I think I know about Elvis Field.
Well, I mean, so if you're saying they have possibly subpoena power still, then would that mean maybe they have to re-subpoena for a different reason?
Well, I think they'd have to. So newly discovered evidence has to be evidence that you really couldn't have found in time for trial. And I don't know that deposing Elvis Fields now gets you there. I don't know.
Well, I would, I have some suggestions for people, but I don't want to give them all on the show. But I think there's definitely more people to talk to possibly, you know, get some more.
Well, give me a call with your ideas.
Um,
Happy to accept ideas.
can anyone in here, or does anyone in here have anything for Michael? You want to say thank you, Michael, or have any questions? We'll be closing out after he's gone. So if you got any final questions and or anything specifically for Michael, please drop them in. And well, I'm glad you popped on. The thing that's most confusing for me is the whole appeal process and how it even works and what are the rules. And it's something that I have zero knowledge of or very little. I just know it exists, and it's difficult. It's
Well, there's some prosecutor friendly places where they've really, on the one hand, they've overstated what anybody said. One place, I mean, I think they were laughing at sort of the appellate types saying, "Well, they're claiming, reversal is automatic." I certainly haven't said that anywhere. And if I have, I retract it. Appeals are always close-run things. I think there's some great issues. Again, what real issues there are depends on what's been preserved and how it's been preserved. I think, there's a good shot. But the one thing that the prosecutor-friendly places, that I'm not going to give the publicity to, have mistakenly done is they just have the standards of review of some of the issues that are going to be raised completely wrong, and so their analysis is completely wrong. And one of those places said, you should judge me by my track record, and as for my track record, they've said that I'd said there was a fair chance that the evidence was so weak that the case against Rick Allen was going to be dismissed. And that's not at all what I said. I said that there was a fair chance I thought it was going to be dismissed. But that was because I thought there was a fair chance evidence would surface, making it clear that Rick Allen had nothing to do with it. I wasn't saying on the evidence as it existed in the probable cause affidavit that there was a fair chance the case was going to be dismissed. And so they used that as my track record for them to judge what I said, whatever they said I said about Rick's chances on appeal.
oh yeah, it's gaslight troll farm BS.
Well, this isn't the troll farm. A lot of people listen to these folks, and but what I wanted to say was that I actually appeared on this particular site about what the Indiana Supreme Court was going to do, and the two people on this thing with me, together with me, we laughed ourselves pretty sick at the idea that the lawyers would be put back and everybody's favorite judge would be left on. So I was wrong about that. I really didn't imagine that was going to be possible. That's what happened. They didn't imagine that was possible either. So they were wrong about that. And it may well be that, Rick Allen's appeal goes nowhere. The fact that I think he's got a good chance, I don't know that, if he loses his appeal, that will make me wrong about about anything, but there are no certainties in this business. I will say I am reasonably certain, and more than reasonably certain, that Rick Allen had nothing to do with the horrible death of these two girls.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you at this point because I wanted to say that with the other guest earlier is that remember when I came into this, like many of us, okay, when Richard Allen was arrested, what's the default for most people? The default for most people is, oh, great, they must have got the guy. Thank God, we've been waiting years. Okay, and then slowly, as things became clearer and clearer and we chipped away at it, every time it's another card in the house of cards fell apart, and it's like, well, geez, well, what do you mean, he lied on the piece of, oh, what do you mean he didn't have this, what do you mean the witnesses saw this, what do you mean this, what do you mean this, until now, going from the acceptance of, wow, they must have got the right guy, to this point where we're this far in, and it's like, no, you listen, you don't have the right guy because you had zero case. You ended up with some confessions made during a psychotic break from safekeeping or solitary. It's frustrating, but I'm sorry, going off on a rant, but there's something you said that I wanted to back up and ask you about, which was, you were saying that you were predicting that it might be dismissed because exculpatory evidence would surface.
Yeah.
Um, would you elaborate on what that might have been? Because I'm pretty sure that anything it was prevented by the judge from being shown. But
I really didn't know whether it was going to be phone evidence or somebody spilling the beans. I mean, it family member finally talking about what they actually know. I mean, any number of things. I mean, there are so many things that people claim to have knowledge of, and even a lot of people in the social media space, the YouTube channels, the podcasts, the Twitter, Facebook, so, claim to say, well, I have evidence, but I'm not going to share it with you now, blah. And, you know, boy, if anybody's got anything, it is now time.
yeah, if you got anything, now's beyond the time. No, I see what you mean, and I agree with you. And I think a lot of things would have, even the little that we know, that I don't know. It's obvious to me. I truly do feel that he was prevented from establishing a defense, and that's really what's what's kind of saddens me, is I think about the fact that there are some things that surely could have been allowed for him to present as a defense that were not. And I'm not just talking about Brad Holder or Westfall. I mean, there are so many things that were blocked and prevented that.
Well,
I don't.
one of the things that they're not unconnected, obviously, but the whole third party stuff and the Odinism stuff can be separated. And one of the things that I mean, I think the rulings on the third party defense stuff were just uh, beyond. Well, let me put it this way. Uh, Andrea Burkhart said on one of her lives that she's seen a lot of bad judges, but she hasn't ever seen anything like this. And all I can say is she's been in more courtrooms than I have, but I've read more records than she has, I'm almost certain. And I've never seen anything like this. But to separate the state came up with this explanation that the crime scene looked the way it did because Rick Allen was just trying to hide the bodies. And I think Holman on the stand actually let the words out of his mouth, well, maybe it was an undoing. Once the state did that to explain the crime scene, the Odinism stuff should have come rushing in as an alternative explanation for the arrangement of the crime scene. The jury should have been free to reject it. No, I'm not saying they shouldn't, but I don't think that the state gets to explain the crime scene and the defense doesn't.
Thank you, because I had never thought of that, and I know what you're talking about, and now that you're bringing it up, it makes sense that, and it would have been an inroad to bring it in. Uh, and that's one part of the infuriating thing, how these counter narratives or these counterpoints always come in with every single piece of evidence. And we knew, I don't know if you recall, but at the very beginning, the whole thing about the sticks was the sticks fell on the bodies.
Yeah, not in this lifetime.
Right. And then it transitioned very quickly when they realized that was undigestible. It very quickly morphed into, no, it was an undoing, which is where it stayed. And yeah.
Well, that was the I believe, again, people in your chat are probably more up on the facts than I am, and if I misstate a fact, I'm happy to be told I'm absolutely wrong. But I believe the undoing thing was originally the FBI's position, and I don't think the undoing part of it is necessarily inconsistent with the Odinism part of it. And the crime scene was obviously, going back to Ives, the crime scene was obviously arranged, and it was arranged for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know why the defense didn't get to put up at least one possible reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's. I mean, what was odd to me, Michael, is they actually tried to turn it into that it wasn't arranged and it wasn't staged. Like, it was spun into almost like the girls. Oh, it was spun into a thing like the girls ended up where they did as a result of the assault. And that was never the story. If you look at the scene, it's not the story. And it's just so mind-boggling that it's gone this far. But I know like I'm saying, you have experience in reading all this, and Andrea has experience in seeing it, and even to a novice out here observing, it was just so clear that there's something not right. And I mean, the bias exhibited is just blatant. And
Well,
things like the contradictions, moved and staged versus no, they just laid there when they were injured.
Well, there's that, and I don't want to go too. Yes, I think there's a lot of evidence of bias. I've always said the biggest evidence of bias against Brad and Andy, at least, goes all the way back to the first request for a Franks hearing, and after Brad and Andy had been removed, everybody says, oh, they withdrew. Well, they withdrew, but then they showed up as pro bono counsel, and they weren't allowed in. And that would have been a denial of counsel of choice. That's a problem. But after they were gone, on the record, everybody's favorite judge issued an order, I guess it's an order, whatever it is, notice, that if Libretto and Scremen adopted the Franks memo, she'd give them a hearing. And then when Andy and Brad came back, the Franks hearing was denied without hearing. The Franks memo was, the request for a Franks hearing was denied without any reasoning. It was just denied. How can you offer one set of lawyers a hearing for the asking and then just deny the next set of lawyers?
Yeah, I mean, so from the first time you mentioned that argument, it's been just had nothing to say. It's obvious. It's obvious. It's
But
bad.
you know, and denying, you know, at trial, denying again the third party defense. You know, I think she made a legal error on the record where she made the mistake of just not saying just denied. And she said, yeah, there's no DNA, denied. You don't have to have DNA for a nexus. That's a legal error. And to give you an idea why that makes a difference, if a judge just says denied, then a court on appeal is going to look for any reason to justify the ruling. But if a judge gives an actual reason, this is why judges should just say, you know, sustained, overruled, granted, and denied. They shouldn't say anything else. But because she said no DNA, that's going to be legal error. And they'll look at it for this. I think the Court of Appeals will look at it for the specific reason she gave.
There's been some questions for you, Michael, but
Mm-hmm.
I've lost them. But there was nothing major. I think that
Okay, well, I think you've probably been wanting to get off, so you've been on a while.
let me ask you this because some have asked this for you though. Um, which way would you like to be followed or contacted on social media? Email, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter? Do you have a preference for contact?
You know, I would have to set up. I'm afraid of being inundated.
Okay, perfect. That's what I'm saying. I am too. So
I've already got. I guess what I'd like to say is you know, put up comments or questions and not in the live thing, but put the comments. You know, put something up in the comments, maybe on, you know, this live.
yeah, or email me too. Well, so if you want to leave a comment, I do read every comment in the comments on the replay. Or if it's very urgent, and if you want me to forward it to Michael, just email me. I have his email address. I'll gladly forward him emails. So
And I want to be clear that, you know, at this point, the only thing I understand that there is just a ton of he said, she said stuff out there. And by the way, my practice, so I am not on the inside. I think I've said this over and over. I feed stuff into the defense. I get nothing out. You know, sometimes I get something back that says thanks, but I try not to pester them with just another thing of, well, so-and-so said that so-and-so said. It has to be actually investigatable stuff. I mean, something that you could go get a phone record to, something that you could get some physical evidence for, something you could get a business record for. I mean, you understand what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, and you know me, Michael. I'm a guy who I despise the rumors so much. I say that I basically only go by receipts or firsthand, firsthand knowledge. So yeah, if you've spoken with a POI or something like that directly, and yeah, we can talk. Or if you have receipts, evidence, we can talk. But basically, if you send me anything for Michael, I'm going to filter it anyway because we all have heard things over the years, and I'm sure all the investigators have heard it too. Um,
I
but
mean, one thing,
we get it, Michael. I'll go ahead.
one thing, I mean, it still hasn't shown up. And, I don't, maybe somebody needs to go to the producers of the show, but I still can't get my mind around. And again, I'm not saying the families were involved, but Becky Patty's reported statement, and I have half a dozen people who said they saw it live in a clip before her appearance on Dr. Phil, that where she says, and I believe the practically direct quote is, the first thing I told Mike Patty, was, they have our girls. Somebody can come up with that clip. It seems to have been scrubbed from the internet. That's what Reddit says. A number of people look for it, haven't been able to find it.
They have our girls.
Um,
Everyone knows that one, right?
well, and look, I mean, you want to know what she meant by that. And having it anyway, that's a specific thing. But yeah, just so and so said so and so did so and so. That doesn't, if it involves somebody and they were working someplace at the time, and times are involved, maybe work records can be gotten. And anyway, something that can be investigated, not something that is just another interesting story.
Yes.
Something that let me put it this way: something that may start with somebody's lips moving, but doesn't end with somebody's lips moving.
Yep. Well, you guys get it. Yeah, you guys get it. Well, Michael, thank you so much for coming again, and I'll be
Yeah, always.
brainstorming, and I'm hopefully we'll be brainstorming, all of us.
Well, thank you as always for the opportunity. Let me say one thing too out there. The people who are supportive of Rick Allen, it is not helpful to overstate the case to say that there was no evidence against him. That feeds the troll farm, and that feeds, I mean, as you think about this case, you really need to think about, yeah, there was evidence against him. You can discount the confessions, you can discount Doolin's report, you can discount it all, but it's all evidence. I mean, there is evidence. But the real thing is that despite this fairly minimal evidence, I don't want to say that the confessions were necessarily minimal, because they play an oversized role in most people's minds. But the counter evidence was pretty compelling, especially the phone data. And so it's not that there's no evidence that Rick Allen did this. It's common sense tells you he didn't. He didn't just decide, after having led a law-abiding life, served in the National Guard, and he didn't just decide, oh, I'm going to go out and slaughter a couple girls. But that didn't really come in as evidence. That's something we just all know. But it's the counter evidence, and so the phone data, well, principally the phone data. So just saying there was no evidence, it just isn't true. There was no evidence.
Okay, Starlight says, okay, very weak evidence. Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, but by the way, does anybody? I know that I believe that there was testimony that Ober tested Brad Weber's gun fairly early on because the police had it fairly early on as they tested the gun in the shell. But does anybody know whether she tested, when she was doing the testing on Weber's gun, did she compare a fired round with an unfired round when she was doing Weber? I don't think she did.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, that's something the defense knows. But so what I tried to say was I don't feed the. So when I was saying something investigatable, I try not to bother the defense with anything that can't be investigated.
Yeah, I know, Ashley. I know that's the whole testing was infuriating, but let's see.
Well, somebody said there was no. Somebody said there was no evidence that he was at the crime scene at the time of death. Well, there's no evidence. Maybe he was at the crime scene, but there was evidence. If you believe, I mean, didn't the Doolin thing say that Rick said he was out there between 1:30 and 3:30?
Yeah, but that's
Again,
trusting Doolin with a zero.
the
Yeah,
jury, that's evidence. I mean, I don't. Yes,
right.
I understand. You can you can tear your hair out about people who believe that, but you know it, it's supposedly a statement of his, which is
Right.
admissible, and it's just there. I mean, you can't look. And I've said this elsewhere. So I do habeas work, and you got to figure out with habeas stuff all the ways you lose before you. I mean, you really have to be realistic about things, and you have to figure out all the ways you lose before you can even start thinking about how you might win. And the evidence that came in is the evidence that came in, and that's not no evidence.
Right. It is. Yeah. I see that you're speaking. You speak lawyer talk, and we speak civilian talk out here. So we understand now. Right? It's a good argument you're making because it's hard for us to put on that lens of legal, wit. But it's a good point you're making because I should use it as a critical thinking exercise more often. Yeah.
Well, and the thing, so if you, I mean, and that's the thing that if you go listen, and I've spent some time doing it, reading and listening to the lynch mob out there, the one thing they never talk about is the counter evidence. Except that they will explain away the contradictory eyewitness testimony as well. It's eyewitness testimony, so you don't have to believe it. So Betsy Blair. I mean, actually, they misstated it. Somebody misstated it one time. Well, she was 100 feet away, so she could be wrong. Well, she actually said she was only about 50 feet away. That's I don't want the channels, the social media that support Rick Allen to make the same mistake that the lynch mob is making by ignoring what contradicts their position.
Right. Right. See, that's Rafi's making a good point. It's evidence, but it's not fact. We're talking about legal versus reality. So Michael's just making a legal argument here, or giving a perspective for considering things that you have to deal with what's on the chessboard. It's the way I would interpret it. This is what's on the chessboard. So, well, Michael, I think I'm out of here. I'm
Okay.
getting a bit of a headache, but it's been very good talking with you because now you've opened our minds a little, like they should be. And hopefully some
Well,
people send us some emails and comments.
well, as always, thank you for the opportunity.
All right. And thank you for coming. And
Okay.
and everyone, please thank Michael. And
See
yeah,
y'all.
leave some comments. Thanks, Mike. Okay. Well, guys, thanks so much for being here today. Um, just please ignore pubes. Ignore pubes. He's coming into gaslight. Um, you guys have had amazing chat here in the our comments in the chat, and there's some pointers here. Make a formal request to the FBI for whatever copies of the evidence ISP lost. Okay, like I said, write good letters. Start thinking about Freedom of Information Act. This is a lot of investment of everyone's time on so many points, but at this point, I'm exhausted. And forgive me, ladies and gentlemen, I've started developing a headache. So I'm going to shut it down. But it's been so good to see everyone. We're hitting on 5 hours, so it's been quite a while, but it's been nice, and we had so many good discussions, uh, thousands of good comments. So please, if you're on the replay, leave some more comments down in the comment section below, because the comment section makes these videos worth doing, because they will last for weeks and months and years and accumulate hundreds and maybe thousands of comments. And that's a good conversation to have out here in the world. And it's been so good to talk to everyone. And Christine says 17 more days. Yeah, friendly reminder that you all will receive a Christmas present. Um, so just trying to read the last of the chat before I get out of here. I appreciate you all for being here. Oh yeah, if you're on the replay crew, be aware you can support the channel. We have super thanks, super chats, super stickers. Cash App is my preferred. I just made a little sales pitch the other day that I just purchased a new device for the show that will make the quality of the show so much better. And I have gone ahead and made that investment. So please, if you'd like to contribute to that fundraiser for that piece of technology, please send a Cash App, because the Cash App, if you can use it, it's the least amount of portion of the percentage they will take from you, and it's the best way to help me. Uh, However, we have all these other pathways that I just mentioned, and they're on the About Me section of the YouTube page. So thanks everyone for supporting the channel and for being here. And please hit the like on your way out, okay? So I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to leave the a few chats up as I'm on the way out, but I really want to thank everyone for being here. Really appreciate it. It's been a beautiful day. It's starting to turn close to evening now for me here. So God bless you all. God bless Abby and Libby. And anyway, take care of your families, pray for each other, and we'll see you on another show. Okay, love you guys. This has been Abby and Libby, a community discussion. Let your voice be heard. So God bless.